It is 6 o'clock p.m., Tuesday, April 7th, and I am calling this meeting of the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education to order. As we call the meeting to order, the school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission statement: as a community, we create supportive learning environments where all students thrive. Ms. Hull, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the roll?
Colonel Foster,
Here.
Colonel Campbell,
Here.
Miss Charlie is expected, Mr. Wade,
Here.
Miss Hewitt,
Here.
Miss Maple,
Here.
Mrs. Hull,
Here.
Miss Julian,
Here.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Here.
Mr. Dorn,
Here.
Mr. Burgess.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the Extra Special Education Support Person of the Month. Karen Biltz, Randy Smith Middle School Counseling Secretary, will be recognized as the Extra Special Education Support Person of the Month for April 2026. Liesl Wheatgriff, Randy Smith Middle School Principal, will make the presentation.
Okay, Karen, can you come on up? Okay, good evening. I am so pleased to be with you tonight to present our Counseling Secretary, Karen Biltz, with the ESP of the Month Award. I have had the pleasure of working with Karen since my arrival at Randy Smith last year. She is a bright light at Randy Smith, a support to our whole staff, a creative problem solver, and a role model for our staff and students. Karen approaches each day with a smile and a positive attitude. As a counseling secretary, she's often the first person to greet our students and the ones that are in crisis or talk to a parent who needs help. No matter what is happening, she juggles her duties and is still able to make everyone she interacts with feel like they are the most important person in that moment. For our new students, she helps students feel welcome, valued, and respected. She helps the transition in and out of our school, hosting tours, communicating about registration details, helping during crisis situations, as I said before. And she is our nurse when our nurse is out. It's a big role. Karen's a dynamic problem solver who develops creative solutions to help our school run smoothly. She helped in our front office last year when we had a long-term vacancy. She balanced her own duties with supporting our front office, making it possible for our staff and students to get the support they needed to get through our busy spring semester. And Karen is up for any challenge. She's helped teachers navigate our parent-teacher conference signups. Everything went so smooth. Karen embodies the growth, creativity, and community that we are trying to cultivate at Randy Smith. She's always striving to learn and improve, reaching out to those who can help, and taking feedback into consideration. She has a way of making you feel supported with her constant mantra, "We got this," and is also willing to put in the hard work to solve the problem at hand. She goes above and beyond, often taking extra time to make a parent feel more comfortable or to hear a student who just needs to vent. We appreciate you, Karen. Congratulations from your Randy Smith family.
All right, thank you, Ms. Biltz. Next on our agenda is the ASAA First National Bank Alaska 2026 Division II State Hockey Champions, will be recognized. North Pole High School coach Jesse Linso will make the presentation.
Ready? First off, thank you very much for having us. Coach Linzo's up north. He had to leave. I'm the associate head coach, Jason Story. Some of you I know, so thank you very much for having us. I'll give you a quick rundown of the season, and then we'll get moving on these. Our 49th year in existence, obviously the first state championship. I've been involved, I think, 40 years of that, either as a player, parent, or a coach. And just the most outstanding group of student athletes we've ever seen. 23-2 state record, won quite a few tournaments, but I think the most important thing is the volunteer work that they did throughout the season and culminating at the end of the season having the highest GPA, cumulative 3.69. We have 8 or 9 coaches that are all volunteer. They couldn't be here between the varsity and JV, so we appreciate them, appreciate you guys, and all the help from the school administration. I'm going to go through that.
Okay, some kids are here and some are not. Kyler Bartlett is not here. Carter Borkovic, not here. Ethan Bren, come on up and get your certificate. Henry Brinkman, not here. We call him Dawson. Cody Brister, a little bit late. Channing Carling, not here. Max Earl, not here. Mason Grega, not here. Okay. Sam Lynette. Adriana Livingston. Arthur Lugden. Gavin Malone.
Martinic.
Landon Martisnik. I don't think I got that right, but he's not here. Okay, Kieran, come on up now. Landon Polino. Barrett Rica. Daniel Rowley. Marshall Sikorsky's not here. Hunter Simons. Aiden Smith. Ryan Weber is not here. Trip Wood. And our head manager, Hannah Riddle, is not here.
All right, and congratulations once more to the North Pole High School hockey champions. Next on our agenda is the ASAA First National Bank Alaska 2026 World Language Declamation State Champions recognition. Melissa Hickman, teacher at West Valley, and the Region 6 World Language Advisor will make the presentation.
Don't mind the limp. Fourth quarter in high school is really rough. Just kidding. No, I'm not. First off, I just want to introduce myself for those of you who don't know me. My name is Melissa Hickman. I am currently at West Valley High School as one of the world language teachers. I teach Spanish. It's my 9th year there. In addition, I'm also the World Language Region 6 World Language Region 6 advisor. So I'm the one they go to when there are questions. I guess I'm supposed to know it all. I'm actually here presenting tonight because we do have incoming freshman night at West Valley, so the teachers who would be here normally to present are busy doing duties over at the school. So I'm honored to be here to recognize all of the students who worked so hard for World Language Declamation at State this year. I know those of you who've grown up in Fairbanks have done world language or been around and have students come through in the last several years. World language declamation is something that's kind of a staple here in the state of Alaska. I've never seen it anywhere else. So when I was first introduced to it, I thought it was this massive beast that students would be hard pressed to qualify at state. And then once I realized that they could totally do it, it became so much easier to guide and prepare them to get them to go to state. I think this year was the first year we've had over 200 students even attend regional declamation, which was amazing. And out of those students, 26 from West Valley qualified to go to state, and 2 qualified from Effie Cochran. And I think that was it. So tonight, the students that are being awarded are students who placed first place at state, while I know at West Valley, 14 of our 26 students placed top 3, which is pretty amazing when you think the amount of students that actually head and go to state. So let's start with Chinese. So Mrs. Wong had a message for her Chinese students. She said, "Good evening, everyone. Although I cannot be there in person, I'm happy to share this message with you. I want to congratulate our Chinese declamation winners. You all did your best through so much practice. I remember seeing your smiles and hearing your laughter during practice and how happy you looked on stage at the award ceremony. Those were really good memories. I also remember the times we practiced on the bus and in the commons of Diamond High School. You practiced again and again, always looking for ways to improve your skills. During the preparation for declamation, I saw your progress day by day, and your language skills truly build. Chinese is not an easy language to learn, but you did so well. It took courage to sign up and persistence to keep going. I am proud of each and every one of you. Congratulations again from Mrs. Wong." So the first person to receive her award is Violet Burgess from West Valley High School, receiving first place in Chinese 2 Cultural Trivia. I'm guessing she's not here. The next one to receive is Herong Zhang, West Valley High School Chinese 1 Poetry, first place. Thought they were all going to be here. The next one is Shayla Mazer. Shayla here tonight? Not here. Also from West Valley, receiving first place for Chinese 2 Poetry. Then we have Luca Straub from West Valley High School, Chinese 1 Impromptu. I'll get there, sorry. Is Rory Song here tonight? Okay. Are you it? for Chinese? Okay. Do you want me to read the names of everybody? Okay, perfect. All right, so Harong Zhang, he received first in Chinese poetry, like I mentioned before. He also received first place in Chinese 1 impromptu. Then Shayla Mazer was Chinese 2 poetry, which I had read before. She also received first place in Chinese 2 impromptu. And then Rory Song Wilkin, also from West, I guess they're all from West Valley. Chinese 3 impromptu. All the Chinese are, we only have Chinese at West Valley, sorry. So that's it for Chinese. Oh, where did I just put that? So then the next category is going to be in Spanish 1. So Mrs. Martinez is our Spanish 1 and 3-4 instructor this year, and she had one student place first place. She wrote, Hunter, thank you for your resilience and eagerness to learn Spanish vocabulary, grammar, and the rich cultures of the Hispanic world. Your hard work makes me very proud. Thank you to your family for the support and kindness at home, which has clearly helped Hunter succeed. Warm regards, Mrs. Martinez. So Hunter Arco, who is from West Valley High School and received the Spanish 1 Cultural Trivia Award. Please come on up. Working on smiling. Okay, and then the last West Valley Spanish award goes to Kayla Messina, who placed first place in Spanish 2 poetry. So Kaylee is an exceptional student whose talent and dedication continue to shine. This year, she earned first place in poetry at the state level, an accomplishment that reflects both her creativity and her discipline. In Spanish, she has demonstrated a natural ability to grasp and embody the cadence, tone, rhythm, and pronunciation of the language with remarkable ease. It has been truly rewarding to watch her grow in confidence and skill. I'm incredibly proud of her hard work and the progress she has made this year. So, Kaylee Messina. And the final school that also placed was over at Effie Cochran. We have 2 students. I don't know how Eileen does it, but she amazes me every single year with her ability to persevere. I know that Effie Cochran doesn't have a full-blown Spanish program, but Miss Julian has gone in every single year and just blown everyone out. The 2 students that she had, they both placed at declamation, both at the regional and the state level. They're not here tonight, but I think Grace Magno and Charlotte Prax, are either of you here tonight? I think she had said neither of them were going to be here tonight, but they received first place in the Spanish 2 dialogue. So congratulations to Grace Magno and Charlotte Prax from Effie Cochran, and Miss Julian for your unwavering perseverance to train our kids and make sure that you have kids representing Effie Cochran. So thank you so much for having us here today. We appreciate being here.
All right. Congratulations once again to the 2026 World Language Declamation State Champions. Next on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisked items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisked items will then be adopted by one single motion. Board, can I get a motion?
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote?
Mr. Wade,
Yes.
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Colonel Campbell,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
The agenda is adopted with consent items. All right, next on the agenda is public comments on reports and non-agenda items. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comments on non-agenda topics. This is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will note the topics, though no official actions will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not respond to comments or questions made by the public. Concerned citizens should first discuss matters with a superintendent or designee. After the superintendent or designee has heard concerns, they may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Students who have signed up in advance or are in the room and wishing to testify will be called upon first, followed by members of the public who have signed up in advance in the order in which they have signed up. If time remains, anyone else in person will be invited to testify until the 1 hour time limit has been reached. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom before the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their area of residence. I have a few people who signed up in the room here. First on my list is Janet Ferris. Please state your name, spelling your last name, give your area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janet Ferris, Farris. I reside in North Pole, and I am the Fort Wainwright School Liaison Officer. I would like to take this opportunity as a member of the Alaska Purple Star School Designation Team to invite all of you in the community to our Purple Star School Award Ceremony at Lathrop High School on April 17th at 9 a.m. We will be honoring 28 schools from across Alaska who go above and beyond supporting our military-connected families. You may ask, why is this award so important? Because families that are in the military will look for the Purple Star symbol that exists on their web pages to understand that they will receive the support they need, as you know that they transition every 2 years. So please come to this very important ceremony of honoring 28 schools across Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Ferris. And I've done it again. I've forgotten to invite students to the dais, so I'm going to back up and say, are there any students in attendance who would like to testify today? All right, seeing none, no harm, no foul. Next on my list is Jilay Kelly. Please state your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Wonderful. My name is Jale Kelly, Kelly.
and I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. I live in Fairbanks. I am a primary resource teacher at Anween Elementary School. I wanted to speak a little bit about some of the things that I've been hearing from educators as bargaining has started. I think the very first thing is I wanted to make sure that it was brought to everybody's attention that bargaining is happening during the school day. And there is a member of my staff, my special education staff, who has taken a lot of time out of his day and out of his life to bargain for all teachers that work in the Fairbanks Public Schools. Because bargaining is happening during the day, my administrator is doing everything she can to get a substitute teacher. But what we know is that substitute teachers are really hard to find. And when you're in special education specifically, you are working with students who have disabilities. We have, between the two of us, 2 master's degrees that allows us to serve those students the best. Subs don't have that ability. So when he is being pulled for bargaining during the school day, he's not only impacting his own students, but if my resource aides and things like that are having to go over and support, my students are being impacted. And now we have an elementary school where every single resource student is impacted. That is one person on that bargaining team. There are a lot of members of that bargaining team. I know when Danette is emailing out the notes about bargaining to the entire staff, I am hearing frustration from a lot of my colleagues about some of the things that are happening between the district and the union in those meetings. I am someone who trusts very easily, and I come in, and when my school district says we have students and teachers at the forefront, and that is what our focus is, I go and I believe them, and I will have that argument that our district must have our best interests at heart. However, when we're hearing things from the district side of the bargaining table about how professionalism looks like putting in overtime that you're not paid for, that doesn't sound like the district is on the side of educators. And if they're not on the side of educators, they're not on the side of students. I know that both Ms. Hull and Mr. Doran have had the ability to walk through our school recently, and they were able to see the wonderful education and the wonderful classrooms that we have. But a lot of those classrooms look like that because teachers have taken volunteer time outside of their contract hours to make their classrooms look like that. They have taken their own money to make their classrooms look like that. And now we are also being talked about as if the additional responsibilities that we are being asked to do should be treated as unpaid overtime. And that's how we are going to lose educators. And that's why these positions are so hard to fill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Kelly. Next, I have Adia Cotter. Please state your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Adia Cotter, Cotter, and I live in Fairbanks. Oops. I attended an after-hours event at Tanana Middle School a couple weeks ago, and it was a great example of the exemplary work that goes on in our school district. A great example of the rock star teachers that we have in our district, and a great example of the rockstar staff that support our students and teachers. There are, I don't know, a couple hundred students at Tanana Middle School. And in Miss Hawkinson's English class, she has 5 of them, about 100 students over the course of 2 nights performed a 1-act play. They self-selected, directed, performed, greeted, and cooked for a pretty full audience. And what I saw while I was there kind of blew me away. I'm going to read to you Miss Hawkinson's words because she sums it up a little bit better than I do. And then I will give you my commentary. For the dress rehearsals, the plays, many directors thought their plays would be okay, but they were performed perfectly. The publication crews did a super job with the playbills and advertisements. Our stage crews were busy up until the last day. The actors memorized so many lines. Fun fact, some kids didn't show up. And so some of those kids at the very last minute had to learn lines to plays that they hadn't been practicing, and they did amazing. The food crews made delicious food. The chefs worked well with our visiting head chef. We were thankful for help from Mr. Lunch Lady, Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. Little Wolf, Ms. Kathy, Ms. Dreyer, the social studies teacher, Mr. Mike, Ms. Mallory, Mrs. Johnson, the principal, Ms. Ashley, Ms. Teresa, Ms. Sally, Dr. Boone, Mr. Sagers, the gym teacher, Mrs. Robinson, Mr. Bales, the woodshop teacher, Miss Rolfe, Miss Sam, and Miss Chris, the librarian. So when you look at something that the school puts together, you might think, okay, it was a play, but those kids selected the play themselves. They self-selected their roles. They practiced during school time. The teacher gave them great direction, but you could tell at the end of the night, she just kind of stood on the side and the kids took over. I saw leadership. I saw kids learning how to work together. I saw kids building confidence, and I saw an audience full of people who supported these kids and made them feel like they were the rock stars that they were. You can read whatever you want online and in social media about what goes on in our schools, but if you're paying attention, these little things pop up and they show that we are doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotter. That takes me to the end of my list for public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to testify on non-agenda items? If so, please come forward. Take the seat at the podium. State your name, spelling your last name, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Gail McBride, MCBRIDE. I live in Fairbanks and I'm with Moms for Liberty. And the first thing that I would like to ask of our school board is if you would follow the lead of the Mat-Su School Board and oppose SB 277, the bill that is reorganizing and making many changes to the correspondence programs. Parental choice is critical to the future of education. Across the country, and especially in Alaska, choice in education is an important tool for developing individual relationships and providing the best education for children. Success in alternative education is undeniable, and I hope each of you will support the best for families and children. It's been disheartening for me to see in SB 277, which is about homeschool funding, and in SB 238, which attempts to remove librarians from consequences of violating Alaska obscenity laws, that there's no mention of any benefit to the children. The case isn't being made on either one of those for the benefit of the children. Maybe it's time on one of these to disassociate with the American Library Association, as are other states moving toward protecting their students. A case can be made on behalf of the mental health of children for disassociating with those who appear to be circulating and recommending these obscene books. If a case can be made that their recommendations are good and profitable for children, then it should be made. Recently, I watched the Oklahoma legislative hearing on a bill to strengthen their obscenity laws in schools. Those opposed in that hearing also never mentioned the children. It appears the best interest of the children is not what this discussion is about. But the last person to speak during the Oklahoma hearing had encouraging statements. Maybe we can consider this as a resolution. It was, think on these things. Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, If anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think on these things. This would be a good measurement for all that we provide for our children.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else? Please come forward, state your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Masichol, Shosri Edward Alexander Oji, Jajek Watson, Eastliga Tananguchi. I live at Chino Springs Road. I have a student who attends Weller Elementary, and I have a couple more over at Tanana. I just want to start off with, my name for the record is EDWARDALEXANDER. Just want to start with gratitude. I want to thank all the board members for your service. I know it's a lot of time each week and each month of dealing with all of the complex issues that you all deal with. It's appreciated. I know a lot of times it doesn't feel like that, but it is appreciated by people in the community. I also wanted to have a special recognition for Mrs. Hawkinson as well, for a completely unrelated issue to what was mentioned before, but for all of her work with the volleyball program at Tanana Middle. She's been doing a fantastic job over there. I also wanted to give recognition to Dr. Boone at Tanana Middle and Mr. Mike at Tanana Middle, and as well as Mrs. Roth over at Weller Elementary. Mrs. Roth has taken it upon herself to welcome student teachers into her classroom year after year. And I think that's a really important thing to recognize from the public, but as a board also, special recognition for those teachers who have taken the next generation of teachers under their wing. A couple reasons I came here today. One is to encourage the board for new school start times. My children themselves have wanted to come over and testify, but they've been working really hard in school, and you know, they've come up and testified before you again, so a few times on some different issues, but I decided to give them a break today and come up and spread their message to you. It's very important for them, for the older students, to have a later start time. They feel like the elementary kids can start a little earlier. It seems to be the general consensus in my household. I also wanted to speak in favor of the resolution that's before the board today on a defined benefit. I did my student teaching here in Fairbanks over at Lathrop High School. I know that we're not supposed to speak to business. I'm a little bit of an outlaw, but bear with me. But I did enter in to the teaching profession the very first year of the new retirement system, and it profoundly affected me and my family. And so I want you to know, as somebody who lived through those changes, that I fully support restoring the defined benefit. Lastly, I just wanted again to end with gratitude for all the service of all the teachers around the district. You are appreciated. I know it doesn't feel like that sometimes, but you are appreciated. Thank you for everything you do. I know not all of it is seen, but your hard work is paying off with my kids, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on non-agenda items? Please come forward, state your name, spelling your last. You will have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello. My name is Annie Sartz, S-A-R-T-Z. I live on Farmers Loop. Sorry, this is kind of my worst nightmare, speaking in front of a room of adults like this. I was not planning on speaking, but I felt compelled. I came here to support Karen's very well-earned award tonight. And while I was here, I felt like I should sit up and say a few words. So bear with me. I was jotting down notes on my phone earlier. But I just wanted to say thank you all from the bottom of my heart for including additions to secondary counselors to the budget for next year, particularly at Randy Smith, where I'm currently the only full-time counselor. I say this as I'm recovering from a sinus infection and on antibiotics. I'm at a burnout level with my job, and I have been for some time. However, knowing that I will have some more support next year is helping me to see some light at the end of the tunnel, to get through these next couple of months and then to make it to next school year, if I'm being honest. Like I said, I took a day off yesterday because I'm fighting a bad sinus infection, and my doctor told me I had to. And the other counselor, Randy Smith, was at her other school yesterday, so that left Randy Smith with no counselors in the building. So counseling was closed. And it is not an exaggeration to say that not having a counselor in a middle school is a safety issue, and it proved to be so yesterday. Two of my kids who typically come to counseling for check-ins if they're feeling escalated or overwhelmed ended up getting in a pretty bad fight and getting suspended. So there's nobody in the counseling office. I just want to say the drop-ins alone at a middle school require a full-time person. The drop-ins are often just to help kids navigate relatively benign, like quote-unquote middle school issues, like she texted my boyfriend or he stole my hat or whatever. I do get a lot of stuff like that. But the drop-ins also include kids who need a break if they're feeling overwhelmed or escalated. Or they include kids coming to disclose sexual or physical abuse or suicidal ideation or serious bullying that is happening. These are all examples that I have had in my office in the last week alone. So I'm not exaggerating when I say that the needs of these kids are serious, and we need 2 full-time counselors, so I'm just so grateful. In addition to managing the unpredictable drop-ins, I'm also the first point of contact for parents or teachers if kids are struggling academically, behaviorally, socially. I schedule and track students through the student support team process. I manage 504 plans. I help run state testing, elementary and high school transition activities, and the list goes on and on. So I think I've made the point. This is a very much needed addition to the budget. And I'm very grateful that it has been added for next year. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Sartz. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify on non-agenda items? All right, seeing none, we will close public hearing for non-agenda items and move on in our agenda. The next item on the agenda is the Borough Assembly report. Garrett Armstrong, Borough Finance Vice Chair, will provide the Assembly report.
There. Pardon me. Is the microphone working? Excellent. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Garrett Armstrong with the Borough Assembly Vice Chair. Apologize for the attire. I was out for a ride when I got a quick reminder that I had actually this meeting to attend. So, I'll come more proper. I was out on a bike ride. I'll be more properly attired next time. But I am ready for you and got a report for you. So, on the Assembly, we are currently in the thick of budget season. So we had a session yesterday where we heard reports from our borough departments on their proposed budgets, and that's been very informative. We'll have another one scheduled next Monday as well at the 180 Helms Administrative Center at 5:30 if anyone cares to listen in. We also have a session where the Borough Finance Committee will be hashing out their own recommendations on Saturday, April 18th, starting at 10 a.m. If anyone has a burning desire to attend, it's also open to, I believe it is open to the public, though if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I believe so. And also, in other news, the borough has also passed resolutions supporting House Bill 78. I believe that's the right bill number, which supports a return to a defined benefit, aka pension for public employees like teachers and Alaska State employees. And Senate Bill 190. We also are working on the West Chattanooga Recreational Subdivision, which would be off Himalaya, up on the north end of the borough. It's very exciting to see what's been developed there. And land sales, I believe, if I recall correctly, will be available starting this summer. And in other news, the next regular assembly meeting will be this Thursday at 6 o'clock at the 180 Helms Administrative Center. And everyone is, of course, welcome to attend there. So with that, thank you for your time. If you've got any questions, I'm available for questions if you have any.
Any questions for Mr. Armstrong? I have one. Is there anything education related on your agenda this week?
If I recall correctly, you were going to have we're going to hear a presentation from the school board on the proposed budget.
Sorry. Other than that.
Other than that, I apologize.
And actually, that's next week, the 16th, I believe.
Okay.
I think I saw on the agenda that there's a minimum funding resolution. Is that accurate?
Oh, I'll have to check to be sure, but I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Next on the agenda is advisory member reports and comments. We'll start down here with Colonel Campbell.
Appreciate the opportunity. And up front, I know it's testing month for the school district, so our families are tracking, supporting our kids, and ensuring that they're getting the proper, hopefully proper sleep and nutrition, ready to go for the testing month. But thanks for what you do as you go through this. As far as military related things, obviously breakup's coming. We'll start cleanup and on post, but 25 April is kind of a big day for us, as it's going to be a retiree appreciation day on post. And that includes Air Force and Navy, just so Tim sitting next to me knows. But we'll be updating for all the retirees in the community, any documentation, ID cards, any paperwork that they need updated. We'll open our doors to them, along with some additional activities on post. And relive the glory days, if you will. But that's a special day for us. That's also Military Month of the Child Day for us out at Pioneer Park. So we're dividing and conquering that day on a lot of great opportunities between our retirees and our kids. So we'll be supporting the Military Month of the Child out there, as well as some additional things on post. And then just as kind of for some additional essay, on 28 May, our gates are going to start changing again. So look for that on social media if you're coming on post, or if there's some interaction you need. There'll be some slight changes taking place starting around 28 May, but more to follow on that. And we'll get that gate complete and actually have a good front door to the installation. But that's it from us. I'll turn it over to Tim unless you have an issue.
Any questions for Colonel Campbell? Colonel Foster.
Hey, good evening. Thank you. Just from Allison, just some things that are starting to kick off. You'll start to hear a lot more engine noises or jet airplane engine noises, because red flag season is about to start. So we're starting to see inbound big cargo planes show up and start to bring their cargo to support their flying. So the first one's going to actually start on the week of the 20th of April. So we'll run 3 red flags this season, which are awesome opportunities if you like to see flyings. We're going to have a lot of our 4th generation, 5th generation aircraft flying and practicing their tactics, techniques, and procedures so they can refine their combat skills. So it's just the beginning of what's going to be a busy summer. As we go through the 3 red flags that are going to take place over the summer, we will capstone it with the air show that is going to be taking place at Allison at the end of August. So that'll be open to the entire public to come out and watch, not just the Air Force, but our teammates at Fort Wainwright, as we display all the things that your military provides for the defense of this nation. So exciting time. Getting into the summer, the weather has changed, so you're going to also start to see some of the kids and their families start to pivot and start to move out and start their PCSs, permanent change of stations, and depart the Fairbanks, Eielson, Fort Wainwright area. And with that, we're also going to have leadership swap outs and changeovers. So you'll see people, new faces starting to pop up. There'll be a new person that will be sitting in this seat next school year. My replacement will be here. So it's just the way it goes every summer. So you'll start to see that happening as well. But standing by for any questions that you may have for us.
Any questions for Colonel Campbell or Colonel Foster or Colonel Campbell? Either one. All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you both. Mr. Wade.
Good evening, board. I would like to start off by saying I am so thankful to be leaving school every single day and it being sunny outside and be able to drive my windows down. It is such an amazing, unique feeling that I always forget how much I miss during those dark, especially record coldest. So I believe this is my 3rd to last meeting on this board, which means I will get to add my name to the list of FNSBSD graduates and students who have served on this amazing board. And speaking of past board reps, Raul Lopez, former board rep for about 2 years ago, and Ben Allison, graduate, won Wheel of Fortune last night and is playing another round here soon. So keep an eye on your ABC station. He's representing Texas A&M University. Truly shows that Fairbanks North Star Borough School District grows strategic thinkers and current winners. I just returned from DC for the annual Association for Career and Technical Education Policy Seminar and had an amazing, wonderful time talking with fellow students from around the nation and had the ability to speak with one of our senators, Senator Murkowski. Unfortunately, my schedule didn't align with Sullivan or Begich, but I look forward to future talks about career and technical education with them. Finally, keep an eye on my social media, fnsbsd.studentrep, or speak with a school liaison to join the FNSB Mayor's Youth Commission focus group to share your thoughts on youth in our community. And that is all I have for tonight. Got some big shoes to fill with Raul.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Any questions for Mr. Wade? All right, not seeing any. We'll have to come up with a few in the next couple meetings to keep him here just a little bit longer. Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Mr. Wade, do you know what he won? I'm curious.
He won the night.
Did he win like money, the car, I know, don't they have prizes?
I don't think he won the car. I'm not too up to date on my Wheel of Fortune proceedings.
Okay.
But I know that he's going on to compete tonight as well, I believe. So
Thank you.
I'll keep an eye on it for you.
That is amazing. Congrats to Mr. Lopez as well. All right, any other questions for Mr. Wade? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Wade. Appreciate it. Next on our agenda is board committee reports. Are there any board members who, during this section, board member chairs are given the opportunity to report on committees they are chairing? Are there any reports from committee chairs? Mr. Doran.
Hey, it's my pleasure to report on the curriculum committee. We met last Thursday, April 2nd, and we'll meet again next Thursday, April 16th at 5:30. Both of them were in the final stages of work on the curriculum adoptions in career technical education, particularly the area of business management, and then also for social studies, and also doing materials adoption. So next week, we'll be doing the final piece of our recommendation that'll then come forward to the board. At this time, it's planned that Mr. Beam will be giving, from Teaching and Learning, will be giving the report to the board on the curriculum recommendations and materials adoption as an information item at the April 21st meeting, and then coming through for adoption of the curriculum May 5th and materials May 19th. And I wanted to just note the importance, we talked about this a little bit last week in our committee, that this district has a clear two-step process or separation between curriculum and the materials. It's the curriculum itself that guides our teaching, and that teachers follow. The materials are there to support that, and a lot of times there can be confusion over that. That tradition in this district to really make a clear separation on that with separate adoptions, I think underscores the importance of our curriculum, what we really want teachers, students to know, and the skills that they gain from the instruction provided by the teachers. I want to thank ahead of time Mr. Beam for carrying their committee recommendations forward. I will actually be out of the country from April 19th to May 7th, so I won't be here to present that, but Mr. Beam will, and we've coordinated. I'm fully supportive of the committee information that he'll bring forward. So that's our report.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Any other board members have reports at this time? Not seeing any. Any questions for Mr. Doran? Okay, moving on to the president's report. I will just keep it very brief and say looking forward to discussing further budget discussions with the Borough Assembly. And they do have, I believe, their minimum funding resolution on the agenda this Thursday. So anyone who's interested in watching that show, they start at 6 o'clock on Thursday. And I don't really have much else for my report. Any questions? No. Okay, we'll go to the superintendent report, Dr. Miner.
All right, thank you, President Burgess. An update on Wheel of Fortune. I did a little Googling just so we could make that clear. Raul earned $18,109 last night and a trip to Rome and Switzerland. And so he did great, represented himself well, and I'm excited to see what he does tonight. To the real report, April is Month of the Military Child, underscoring the important role military children play in the armed forces community and our community right here in Fairbanks. We're thankful for their service and sacrifice of the military families in our community. In support of military children and youth, it's encouraged for schools and the community to participate in Purple Up Day. And Purple Up Day is April 17th, so wear your purple to show support for our military-connected children. And thank you to Miss Janet Ferris for plugging our Purple Up ceremony that'll be at Lathrop High School. We have a number of representatives from around the state who will participate in that event. And just a reminder, Fairbanks does have the most Purple Star schools in the state, and that's something that we're very proud of. I want to share an upcoming opportunity for our secondary students and families on Wednesday, April 22nd from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at West Valley High School. We will host a secondary showcase. This is something that we've thought about for a while. Many schools offer their own individual showcases at their school, but we want to do a district-wide showcase to feature all of our schools in one place. The evening is designed for students in grades 8 through 11th and their families, including those who do not currently attend Fairbanks schools. So if you're out of our district right now and want to come check out the amazing things that are happening in our district, please come to that evening. The event will help students and families explore opportunities, plan for success in high school, and prepare for life after graduation through informational sessions on high school credits, scholarships, activities, student supports, as well as connections with schools, programs, and our community partners. Families will be able to arrive and explore the tables that will be set up at 5:30 p.m. with 2 session blocks, one starting at 5:45 p.m. and another at 6:30 p.m. And then there's going to be separated by a break for visiting tables and connecting with staff. Students who participate in activities during the event will also have the opportunity to enter to win a $1,500 scholarship, which is sponsored by Alaska 529. So thank you to Alaska 529, one of our great partners. And I know that would get me there to enter my own children into that scholarship opportunity. Reminder that our district is gathering community feedback about school start times. We've already received over 3,200 responses with over 631 students responding. And so I think that's one of the most popular surveys we've ever had for students in the district. That survey does close on Sunday, so if you haven't had the chance to fill out that survey and provide your feedback to the board, time is of the essence. That will close on Sunday, and then we'll have a report for the board on the data that was provided sometime in late May or early June. My next 4 updates are congratulations for students and groups around the district. We have a lot of amazing things happening outside of our classrooms and want to honor some of that work. Congratulations to the Discovery Peak Charter Schools Division B Science Olympiad team, who won the 2026 Alaska State Championships recently and earning back-to-back titles and a 3rd championship in 4 years. They are led by Coach Maynard Magalaya and assistant coach Rosalie Edwards-Sam. The team placed in 12 of 16 events across disciplines, including engineering, chemistry, physics, biology, meteorology, astronomy, epidemiology, coding, forensics, and they will represent Alaska at the National Science Olympiad Tournament at the University of Southern California in May. So congratulations to them for winning that championship. Thank you to the folks that helped support the Interior Science Fair. The Interior Science Fair was held the week of March 16th through the 20th. There were over 400 entries with nearly 500 students from all over Interior Alaska showcasing their hard work, creativity, and innovation. Projects were evaluated on research, use of the scientific method, observations, data, and conclusions. There were over 50 special awards handed out by community businesses and agencies, so thank you to those community partners that were willing to show up, interact with our students, and provide feedback and awards. It's always great. The District Science Fair is organized and run by our Teaching and Learning Department in conjunction with the Interior Alaska Science Fair Association and many, many volunteers who donate hundreds of hours to make the event possible. And so if you missed it this year, I highly encourage you next year to be on the lookout for that event. It's one of my favorite things to see our students in action as they do some amazing science fair projects. I'd also like to recognize and congratulate Ayed Hassan on his recent hard work, dedication, and success at the state level Math Counts competition. Math Counts is a national middle school mathematics competition that builds problem-solving skills and fosters achievements through 4 levels of fun and in-person B-style contests. In March, students in grades 6th through 8th from across Alaska gathered in Anchorage to compete as school teams and individuals. Ayed, a 7th grade student at Randy Smith, placed first in the countdown round and earned 3rd overall in the individual category. He moves on to the national competition next, held in May in Florida. So congratulations again for that dedication and outstanding achievement. And lastly, I want to honor West Valley High School junior Jaden Miranda, who's been named the 25-26 Gatorade Alaska Boys Player of the Year. This is a prestigious national honor recognizing excellence in athletics, academics, and community service. Miranda led the Wolfpack to a 20-3 record this season and a berth in the Alaska 4A state tournament, averaging over 14 points, 4 rebounds, and 2.5 assists per game, while shooting 51% from the field and over 39% from three-point range. The 2026 Alaska Prep Shootout MVP and preseason 4A Player of the Year also helped West Valley to a Mid-Alaskan Conference Championship. In addition to his success on the court, Miranda has maintained a 3.36 GPA, volunteered with the Fairbanks Community Bank, and served as a youth basketball coach. So congratulations to him, and congratulations to all of our students and staff that are performing well, not only on the state stage, but nationally. We have some amazing things happening in our district. So happy to answer any questions for the board.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. Questions from board members? Mr. Dorn.
Thank you for that report. Just in terms of the Purple Star recognition at Lathrop on April 17th, 9 a.m., is it in Herring Auditorium, or where would people report to?
That's correct, in Herring Auditorium.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I have one. How often do you color coordinate your tie with your state? I'm kidding.
I try to.
Yeah, no, thank you for mentioning Purple Up Day, and I recognize your attire is appropriate. Okay. Moving on. Apologies. Next on our agenda. Action items, Resolution 2026-23, a resolution of the Board of Education of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District in support of House Bill 78 relating to the restoration of a defined benefit retirement plan for Alaska educators. Resolution 2026-23 was written by board members in support of House Bill 78 for restoration of a defined benefit pension option for teachers and public employees covered by the Teachers Retirement System and the Public Employees Retirement System with retirement eligibility at age 60 or after 30 years of service, and would allow current employees to voluntarily opt into the new plan. HB 78 passed the Alaska House of Representatives on May 12th, 2025, and is now under consideration by the Alaska State Senate. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and read this into the record, and then we'll open public testimony or public hearing. So Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education Resolution 2026-23, a resolution of the Board of Education of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District in support of House Bill 78 relating to the restoration of a defined benefit retirement plan for Alaska educators. Whereas the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District is committed to providing every student with access to a stable, qualified, and experienced teaching workforce. Whereas Alaska is facing a severe and ongoing teacher recruitment and retention crisis, with school districts across the state reporting significant first day of school vacancies that force districts to rely on long-term substitutes, emergency certifications, and out-of-state recruitment programs as stopgap measures. And whereas the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District began the school year with 22 teacher vacancies, highlighting the urgent need for the state of Alaska to strengthen and increase its investment in sustainable teacher recruitment and retention strategies. And whereas Alaska is the only state in the nation that does not offer its public school teachers a defined benefit retirement plan, placing Alaska at a significant competitive disadvantage when recruiting and retaining educators compared to every other state in the country. And whereas since the elimination of Alaska's defined benefit pension system in 2006, the state's defined contribution plan has provided teachers with no guaranteed retirement income and has offered little structural incentive for educators to commit to long-term careers in Alaska's schools. And whereas research consistently demonstrates that defined benefit retirement plans are among the most effective tools available for long-term educator retention, particularly in rural, remote, and high-need school districts. And whereas House Bill 78, currently before the Alaska State Senate, would restore a defined benefit pension option for teachers and public employees covered by the Teachers Retirement System and the Public Employees Retirement System, with retirement eligibility at age 60 or after 30 years of service, and would allow current employees to voluntarily opt into the new plan. And whereas HB 78 passed the Alaska House of Representatives on May 12, 2025, and is now under consideration by the Alaska State Senate. And whereas a fiscal note prepared by the State of Alaska's actuary, David Kirshner, Division of Retirement and Benefits, March 2025, found that the HB 78 pension subtrusts are structured to begin with zero unfunded liability as of the plan's effective date, with assets transferred on an actuarially equivalent basis to fully fund all credited service at inception, and further found that the plan includes automatic financial safeguards, including adjustable member contribution rates and conditional cost of living adjustments designed to protect the funded status of the trust without requiring additional employer contributions beyond existing statutory caps, and that TRS employer contribution rates under HB 78 are projected to decrease slightly from current levels as a share of total payroll as the workforce stabilizes under higher retention assumptions, maintaining the existing 12.56% statutory employer contribution cap. And whereas the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District's own vacancy data reflects the direct and ongoing harm that teacher shortages cause to students, families, and communities throughout our district. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education calls upon the Alaska State Legislature to recognize teacher recruitment and retention as a crisis of statewide urgency, requiring structural, long-term solutions. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District hereby formally declares its support for House Bill 78 and urges the Alaska State Senate to advance and pass HB 78 without delay. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education directs the superintendent to transmit a certified copy of this resolution to the Governor of Alaska, the presiding officers of the Alaska State Senate and House of Representatives, the members of the Alaska Senate Labor and Commerce Committee, and each member of the Alaska State Legislature representing the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. All right. That was the text of the resolution as it currently stands. And at this point, I would like to get a motion from the board so we can open public hearing.
Move to approve Resolution 2026-23, a resolution of the Board of Education of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District in support of House Bill 78 relating to the restoration of a defined benefit retirement plan for Alaska educators.
Second.
All right. Thank you, board. We will open public hearing on this item. I have one person signed up in advance, Sarah Dimmick. Please come forward, state your name, spelling your last name, give your general area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sarah Dimmick, Dimmick. I live right behind Hunter Elementary. Thank you for drafting that very lengthy resolution. I feel like I don't need to make any logical arguments because you made them all, but I have been talking to our legislators for about 10 years, making those exact same arguments. And 4 years now, a similar bill has come to the legislature and not passed. So if everyone throws, their support behind it this time, maybe it will. So I can just make the emotional appeal here because you've done all the logical work. I've been a teacher in Fairbanks for 20 years. I currently teach multilingual learners at Randy Smith and Tanana. I'm doing graduate work to become a reading intervention specialist, and I coach running and skiing year-round at Lathrop, where both of my children go to school. In all of these ways that I serve the youth of our community, I have found success in raising achievement and outcomes for students through excellent instruction paired with care. Care is what I want to talk about today, because I'm 20 years into a teaching career that requires an extremely specialized skill set to uplift our young people. That is what I do with my time. But I am faced with the choice of living in poverty and retirement, or leaving the profession of teaching, or leaving Alaska for a state that provides secure retirement options for educators, and that would be literally any other state. Tier 3 teachers in Alaska aren't allowed to pay into Social Security. We don't have a pension. Current calculations project that the majority of teachers in this Tier 3 system will run out of money after 15 years. I can't stay here in Alaska, in Fairbanks, serving the kids and the community that I love under these conditions. I'm at a point in my career where I need to make a different decision. And the decision that our legislators make this year is going to define what that decision is. Tier 2 teachers are retiring. Tier 3 teachers like me are the current generation of teacher leadership. I was in the teacher education cohort with Edward Alexander. He left teaching almost immediately because he saw what it would do to us. I stayed, and I'm in trouble. Please vote yes on resolution 2026-23. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dimmick. Questions from board members? No? Okay. I don't have anyone else signed up on this item. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify on resolution 2026-23? Please come forward. State your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Danette Peterson, Peterson, Fairbanks, Farmers Loop area. I spoke to you last meeting about this resolution and how important it is to retain and recruit educators. I believe currently this district has 82% of its educators are Tier 3, and that percentage will only continue to grow as Tier 2 educators retire. We've talked a lot about the financials. Certainly the retention and recruitment rates and vacancy rates can't be ignored. It costs $20,000 to recruit and onboard a new educator. Last year, this district hired 100 educators. Simple math. One thing that I haven't heard, and I hope to bring something fresh to the conversation so that it's not the same old, is that Tier 2 educators often put off those elective surgeries, the things that would take them out of the classroom, until the end of the school year, June, July. So the knee replacement or the, whatever needed to be taken care of medically often got pushed off to the summer months because their sick days had value. And so they didn't want to use them during the school year. They took that summer break to take care of things that would have taken them out of the classroom for weeks at a time, as opposed to, the occasional cold or what have you. The reality is tier 3 educators across the state know that their sick days are use it or lose it. It has absolutely no value monetarily. And so the incentive to put off the knee surgery, the shoulder surgery, or what have you to the summer months really doesn't exist. And we have a sub shortage. And this is certainly not helping us keep teachers in the classroom and addressing our sub shortage. So that's not something that can necessarily be attached to a price tag. Certainly the cost of a sub can have a price tag, but having that classroom teacher in the classroom and incentivizing them using their summer break for those type of procedures, medical procedures, it's really important that we have value to those sick days and a defined benefit. And I encourage you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Peterson. Anyone else wishing to testify on this agenda item, Resolution 2026-23, supporting educator, supporting House Bill 78? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Ms. Hull.
I'll be brief-ish. I want to start by saying I support our educators and the intent behind this resolution. We're facing a real recruitment and retention challenge, and in conversations with our administrators, retirement is consistently one of the biggest factors. I do have concerns about our role. As a nonpartisan school board, our responsibilities are focused on budget, curriculum, policy, and oversight of the superintendent. This resolution asks us to endorse a specific piece of state legislation with long-term fiscal implications that we are not in a position to fully evaluate. I think there's an important distinction between supporting the goal and endorsing a specific legislative proposal. I support improving retirement options to better recruit and retain educators. I remain cautious about the long-term fiscal sustainability given the state's history and existing liabilities. I also recognize the urgency of the problem and the need for legislature to act. My vote today reflects support for addressing the recruitment and retention crisis and moving this conversation forward, not an endorsement of every assumption within this bill.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. So while I support and understand the importance of providing strong retirement benefits for our educators, I cannot support the defined benefit program currently proposed by the state. Across the nation, many former defined benefit plans are significantly underfunded. While it is often argued that these outcomes were the result of past mismanagement, I find that reasoning difficult to accept when the same systems, and in many cases, the same oversight structures, are responsible for managing the proposed plans today. The actuaries who are making these decisions and who are presenting these plans are making educated guesses. They don't have a crystal ball. They're not sure what's going to happen in the future. They don't know what inflation's going to do. They don't know what the interest rates will be. And so they're making guesses, just like they did 40 and 50 and 60 years ago in the other plans. I did take the time, and thank you, board, for giving us the time. I was not prepared when we met before, but I did spend the time to carefully listen to the presentations in the House Committee last year, as well as the Senate Finance Committee in March. And based on what I heard, I was not convinced that there is a clear or improved strategy in place to manage these funds more effectively than in the past. Actually, there were examples that were provided of defined contribution plans that outperformed the defined benefit plans, which I found confusing because they were making the presentation for defined benefits, yet they were showing different examples. So I found that to give pause. It's also important to consider the broader context of these plans. Currently, 47 out of 50 states are upside down in their plans. For example, the state of California currently carries an estimated $264 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. And I think that figure has probably grown since the last report. This underscores the long-term financial risks associated with these types of programs. There is no evidence, specific data that shows that offering defined benefits will solve our recruitment or retention issues. Maintaining a defined benefit plan is costly, especially with increased longevity and low interest rates, leading many companies to freeze or close them. And again, I just want to restate, interest rates change, and there's no guarantee that they're going to get 8%, 12%, whatever it is that they're looking for. And longevity is increasing, so people are living longer. There are many times bills end up also with tag-alongs, things that get added to the last minute that we're completely unaware of, and we have no say in that. And so for those reasons that I've stated, I will remain unable to support the defined benefit program. And to the teachers, I'm sorry. I think we have to come up with another option.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in support of the motion as it stands. The thing that resonates with me is in part of this resolution, it talks about stopgap measures that rural, remote, and high-need school districts across our entire country, across our state, are constantly faced with. And those stopgap measures, what they look like are long-term subs, a lot of retirees coming back, a lot of long-term subs, people that just keep going, coming into the classroom and serving for some time. It could even be for an entire year, half year. That's a lot. Also, we have a lot of international workers, and I'm very grateful for the international workers that have come to our country to take these jobs. However, I want to see, is there a way in Alaska that we can become more competitive as a state to fulfill one of our constitutional obligations, which is to provide public education to all Alaska students. And part of that constitutional obligation is to have the workforce. And so I know that we're losing educators to other states. There's a wave of Tier 2 retirees coming, and that wave of Tier 2 retirees is going to really negatively impact our ability to have full-time teachers that are here, that are staying. So I'm in the sense that we need to be more competitive to fulfill one of our constitutional mandates. I'm supporting this. To Ms. Hull's point, though, I also want to state that we as a board, I was really proud as a board in the legislative committee that we have already in January passed a resolution that supports this. And that's our legislative priorities. So this is just taking the next step and saying this specific piece of legislation we are going to support. However, in saying that, I also want to state that I feel like the board's role, and although I am supporting this measure right here, the board's role in taking up resolutions that pertain to specific pieces of legislature could create divisiveness and add partisan politics to the nonpartisan board. And so I want to tread lightly as we look at other bills that are potentially on the floor and really reflect back on what we've already passed in our legislative priorities to help guide our work moving forward. However, I'm fully supportive of this, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to that tonight.
Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. I support the resolution and HB 78 with caution. The reason why particularly supporting this resolution at this time is that HB 78 is really the result of multiple years of bipartisan discussion and research that's been in support of sustainability and soundness, and recognizing the need for a continued defined benefit retirement plan. And it's been carried forward by a number of legislators across the perspectives, and as I said, in very bipartisan manner, for over 2 decades. Actually, Senator Gary Wilkin, at the time when Tier 3 for TERS and Tier 4 for PERS was established, he did extensive work and study and gathering of information that showed the viability of continuing the Tier 2 and Tier 3 defined benefit programs. He passed on that information to Senator Joe Paskman and subsequently to Senator Scott Kawasaki. But the bipartisanship over the years of trying to look and say what is important for our state employees, because this is broad. It's not just teachers. It's firemen. It's police officers. It's wide range. It's secretaries. It's a wide range of people that are impacted, engineers, etc. That we're having a hard time filling positions throughout the state, and to have something like this as a competitive advantage is really important. And I might note that at the time of the change, one of the contributing factors to the unfunded liability was actually the legislature not appropriating their full contribution to their part into the retirement plan. They figured we can always do that. And that happened in the 90s. It's often an overlooked part. So cumulative, we know if you put $5 in every week, it grows. If you wait, you get a shorter time of growth. And that was one of the contributing factors. So it is important to bring back a defined benefit. The cautions that have been mentioned by several board members, fellow board members, I completely recognize, and that is my caution in this too. It's an exception to endorse a particular bill. If it hadn't been over multiple years, studies, reports to the legislature, etc., I might not be wanting to say this particular bill. Defined benefit plan, absolutely. But we do need to be cautious about saying this is the solution. However, in this case, a lot of solutions have been put forward. This is a compromise. It has come to real bipartisan support. It's time that we move forward with this. We are seeing those impacts, or people are getting closer to retirement years. The horizon is closer for them. And they do come, it comes for all of us at different times. So I appreciate the fact that it's been mentioned that we really need to be cautious about what bandwagon we jump onto. However, with this, I do think this legitimate compromise. As I mentioned, I would much prefer if we were just doing a return to Tier 2 and Tier 3 retirement plans. They were sound, but that we fully fund them and make the contributions. But this gets us on that route to providing a competitive component. It's not everything to attract people to our state, but it is a very important piece of the package. So I think this does help us to advocate for what we need for students and the educators that need to be there for them. And so I will be supporting this resolution tonight. And I might just note that on Thursday afternoon, this is scheduled for a hearing. This bill is scheduled for a hearing in Senate Finance. And so if this resolution does pass, I would ask that we get it to them as quickly as possible so they have that.
Ms. Hewitt.
I want to speak in favor of this this bill. I chose my career path in the IBW because I saw my grandpa retire with dignity and live an amazing retirement starting at the age of 58. And he lived into his 80s and never ran out of money. But I think I'm so excited to support this bill. I do have cautions for the same reason as Mr. Doran and Ms. Julian. But I'm so excited to support our teachers who support our students, and that's what this is about. Thank you.
Ms. Maple.
I support this resolution without hesitation. That's for many, many reasons, but one of those is that Ms. Dimmick, I hope you stay. My kids are going to go to Lathrop, and I hope you're still coaching there when they go.
All right, I've got myself in the queue. So I think one of the reasons that this is before us today is because legislators have said that they're not hearing from enough employers in the public sector. And so they've actually been trying to reach out and solicit feedback. And we've seen districts and school boards around the state starting to sign on their support, municipalities as well, and public employee organizations. Our borough has passed a similar resolution in support of HB 78 just a couple weeks ago. This is a great opportunity for us to stand in unison with them and with municipalities and school districts around the state. And importantly, I think that passing this, with those cautions in mind that have been mentioned by others, passing this sends a message to our staff. It says that we care, that we're doing what we can to advocate for them. And I think we do have a role in advocacy. It's AASB would agree with me there. And we don't really hesitate to advocate when it's on budget issues. And this is an issue that is really systemic to the district. It makes a big difference. Showing our support here can make a big difference in recruiting and retaining educators just through showing that respect and that advocacy and that we actually do care. So I fully support this as written. I'm really excited that it's finally before the legislature and that it seems to have a fairly good chance of passing. Any further comments from the board? All right, seeing none, Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote?
Mr. Wade,
Yes.
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Colonel Campbell,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
No.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. And we will make an effort to send that off as soon as possible. All right. Next On the agenda is Article 7. So we're on new business. We're looking at Article 7, new construction, is proposed to be revised and is before the board for first reading. We'll give administration a moment to get set up here. Let's go ahead and apologies, Ms. Dillard, and we're gonna take a quick break. I've had a request from board members, so we'll take 10 minutes. We'll be back here at 7:45. Right. We will call this meeting of the school board back to order at 7:46 p.m. Our next agenda item under new business is Article 7, new construction, which is proposed to be revised and is before the board for first reading. Board, I need a motion.
Move to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to a second reading and vote of Article 7, new construction.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Carol Hubbard, seconded by Ms. Hull. And I will, at this point, give it to administration. Dr. Miner, Ms. Dillard.
Thank you. Thank you, President Burgess. Good evening, board. I'm here with Ms. Carrion, who is the Executive Director of Facilities Management, to present Article 7, new construction for first reading. This will replace our Chapter 13 facilities. We provided a report to the board back on March 3rd. After that meeting, we took the questions and comments back, made a few small edits, and then we just have some feedback and information for you regarding some of the questions that came up at that meeting. And so with that, it's a very nice, short and sweet article. So we'll just jump in and look at the first one, and I'll start with any notes that we have and then open it up for questions. So the first policy is BP 7000, concepts and roles. The only edit we made to this policy is we did look at some borough code and brought over and added, I'm on the wrong one, the borough code on capital improvement plan. We looked at some other potential borough codes. Most of the codes that we came across did reference back to statutes, which we already have in this policy, but this borough code specifically was a good addition to the policy. We made no other edits to this policy, and I did not take any notes on any unanswered questions regarding this policy, so that's all I have for this one, unless you have questions.
Back to the board for any questions or discussion. All right, seeing none, I will open public hearing as well. Is there anyone who wishes to testify on Article 7? All right, seeing none and no board discussion, Mr. Doran.
Yes, that was the first one in the package where you're going to go through each of the article of the chapter.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Each one.
So no questions on 71.
Or 7,000.
Oh, okay, never mind. Thank you, Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I'll be brief.
Carol Hubbard.
My question was just, when it says the role of the school board and then the school board will identify and prioritize and then approve and collaborate, I was just curious, and maybe this is a question for Dr. Miner. I'm not really sure. Do we actually identify, approve, collaborate, and do we do those things as a board, or are those things done by facilities? I was just kind of confused about the nuts and bolts of that. And when I read that, it tripped me. And so I wanted to get clarification on that, because guess I haven't been aware that we were doing these things. Maybe we do. And maybe we just haven't been doing them lately.
The board does. The board acts on capital improvement plans if there's new facility improvements and different things that come before the board. And so that's how that collaboration and discussion would work from the board level, and basically allocating the resources to do that work. And then administration would carry through with working with the borough on the design and then the construction and all of those pieces. And so, yes, the board does approve a capital improvement plan on a yearly basis that encompasses a lot of the work in this article. And to your point, have we done it lately? No, we haven't. So,
Mr. Doran.
If I might add just a little bit to it, very practical involvements of the boards, especially the number 2 bullet there, approving educational specifications and design. All of that comes back to the board. We do it when we have a new construction of a school building or major renovation might be there, but the boards can be heavily involved in some of those processes on a more ongoing. But I will agree, we haven't done that for a while, so haven't had the opportunity to do that. But it's a great involvement of the board in those conversations.
Any other discussion or questions on 7,000, BP 7,000? All right.
Okay, thank you. The next policy is 7100 planning. Based on our conversation at the report to the board, there were questions regarding maximum student capacity according to designated student-teacher ratio, so kind of how that was determined or factored. So we're looking at number 2 in that second paragraph, and I do have Ms. Carey on to speak to that.
Yes, so I did review the meeting last time and I did hear that question. So the maximum student capacity according to the designated student ratio, we look at the total functional space of the building. So DEED will give us the gross square footage of the building, and then we look at the functional space of each classroom. So from that, we then look at the fire code of each classroom. So for example, an average classroom size is about 1,000 square feet, and it can allow per fire code and the building regulations approximately 35 to 40 students. We'd also look and take into factor all the other functional space that is going to be utilized in that classroom. And so we really follow the building regulation codes. That answer your question from?
Mr. Doran.
I'm sorry. Thank you for that update. And could you talk a little bit more and for the public understanding of the functional usable space within a classroom? Because certainly if we have, I'm thinking of science rooms where you have lab tables in addition to, so they may, to desk areas, so they're more limited in how many students might be in that room, or if there are water counters, sinks that are in islands as opposed to against the wall. So, and some of our classrooms are odd shaped in some of our buildings.
Yes, so we've been working closely actually with the fire marshal, looking at all our capacity, and then the borough is actually coming up with numbers that we can start looking at what the actual functional space of that classroom is. A regular classroom is about 20 square feet per student, and then a home economics or a CTE area is going to be about 60 feet. So it's a little bit larger. And then most of those spaces are a little bit more, there is more space, but there's less students in those classrooms just because what you mentioned, there's just more items in that classroom as well. So per the building regulation code, I think there's 2018 and there's 2021 as well as the fire code. We will base that according to that code on what the functional space is for per student in that classroom.
Thank you.
Any additional questions on BP 7100 planning or discussion? Okay, seeing none, I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, thank you. The next policy is 7150, relations with other governmental units. I don't have any feedback on this policy, no changes, and I didn't take away any questions from this policy.
Board, any questions, discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Dillard?
Okay, the next policy is 7210, professional services. This policy, we did have some discussion around primarily, let's see here, 7210. Number 3, which states participates in the preparation of documentation to facilitate board approval and or endorsement of, we changed it to district borough committees. It used to say borough selected teams, and there was some question about if that implied unilateral decision making or where was the collaborative part in that where there would be collaboration. And so we landed on district borough committees to replace that language. That was I think the extent of the conversation around this policy.
Mr. Dorn?
I noted that change as I was reviewing for tonight, and I appreciate the adjustment that you made here and on a couple of the others, but listening to our conversation.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. We can go back to Ms. Dillard.
The next policy is 7310, methods of financing. This policy brought up some discussion around what was in the second paragraph that discusses the language on determining the anticipated share, making the local contribution, so how the district plays a part in that financing piece. And I have Ms. Carrion can speak to this, but we did discuss it, and ultimately the language does fit our practices. We did make some small edits around the alternatives that the district might use to contribute to funding. We took out sale of capital bonds because that's not something that would not be an action on the district's part. And then we added state with federal funds.
Back to the board. Mr. Dorn?
Again, I'm glad you added the state funds in, and I think I had raised a question last time about the local contribution required by law, and that understanding is there may be matching funds, whether it's state authorized, where the municipalities have to commit to a certain percentage, depending on where law is at any given time, or for some grants that may have some match. That's what those local contributions are, and that you would be evaluating with the borough where that comes from and how it's met. Am I correct?
Yes.
And it's just to avoid any confusion of language with when we're talking, especially at budget time, about the local contribution to education, that this is a separate thing. It's a match within the construction funds.
Okay, not seeing any other questions on this one.
Okay, that should bring us to our last policy, 7511, naming of facility. We did add district in the list of community, state, and borough in that number 1. That was the only edit we made here. We advised the board that we did move the procedural content into an administrative regulation, and we did send that draft administrative regulation to the board.
Any questions or discussion from the board? All right, I'm not seeing any. So we have a motion on the table to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to a second reading. And seeing no further discussion from the board, Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote?
Colonel Campbell,
Yes.
Mr. Wade,
Yes.
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
All right, thank you. We will be putting the second reading on a future agenda. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the 2026-2027 Homestead Charter School contract. The board received the application on March 6th, 2026, and held a work session on March 30th, 2026. The administration recommends the charter school contract presented for next year be approved. Board?
Move to approve the 2026 to 27 Homestead Charter and between the Fairbanks North Star Borough and the Homestead Charter School, and the amended contract with the administration's recommendation that policy 935.1 not be waived.
Second.
We've got a motion from Ms. Carol Hubbard, seconded by Ms. Doolian. The motion on the table, board, is to approve the charter contract between the district and the Homestead Charter School with the administration's recommendation to not waive policy 935.1. Is that capturing your motion correctly, Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to speak in favor of approving the Homestead Charter. First, to the APC, thank you for your diligence and for your cooperation with the administration and with various members of the school district. Your hard work and tenacity has been impressive. You left here initially with a very long list, and you returned with new ideas, corrections, and a polished presentation. I am so proud of all of you for the kind of forward-thinking and far-reaching ideas that you are bringing to the table. I believe that the students who attend Homestead will be greatly will benefit greatly, from your innovative ideas, your creative solutions, and the time invested to really refine your charter program. I appreciate that you are keeping the foundational idea of a small school. Aiming for 100 students seems to be a manageable and realistic enrollment, while maintaining the small school benefits of increased funding. I really love the year-round school calendar, and we will be watching to see if that model proves to produce better student outcomes than the traditional calendar. I also appreciate the looping model, where students have the same teacher for 2 years. This really provides more time to build and strengthen relationships, and hopefully it will prove to gain instruction time due to familiarity with teachers and class routines. I understand that this model improves the educational experience on many levels, and so I commend you for bravely implementing so many new and non-traditional ideas, and I look forward to watching the charter flourish. I would like to also speak to the timeline waiver and why I am not supporting that. From my understanding, most of the staffing has already been decided for fiscal year 27. So with the possible approval tonight, the application will be sent then to the Board of Education for approval. And then they have 90 days to approve, which could be completed as far out as July of 2026. So by July, we will not have hireable staff available for Homestead. Teachers, from my understanding, are not allowed to transfer schools. Therefore, all of our staff will already have their teaching assignments for the fiscal year 27. So this is the reason that I would like to strongly encourage the Homestead against also starting even in January of 2027. To the heartbreak of some of you, and I apologize, but the staffing issue in January is going to be exactly the same. And most students will probably be settled in their current classrooms, but the teachers, your education staff, is already going to be under contract. So in my personal opinion, from what I can put together, July 2027 would be the best target date for this school. And by this time next year, we will have all things going positively forward. we would have already then started issuing contracts for the teaching positions at Homestead and be well on our way to starting the new school year strong in July of 2027. There are many other tasks that need to be completed in order to open, but I have no doubt that the APC has the moxie to make everything happen. But the teaching positions cannot be maneuvered. So the timing is just not in support of this. And for that, I am deeply and sincerely sorry, as I know there are many who would like to see the charter open today. But in order to have the best educational environment and experiences for our students, I believe waiting until July 27 is the best decision.
And with apologies to the board, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment at this time. So I have a couple folks signed up in advance on this topic. First is Sandra Wolf. Are there any, actually, pause for a moment. Are there any students here that would like to testify on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none. Sandra Wolf, apologies. Please state your name, spelling your last for the record, state your area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Wolf, W-O-L-F-E, and I live in Two Rivers, Alaska. I am presently a volunteer at the BEST program at the Two Rivers Old School. I am a proud wife to a retired military veteran and presently a military mom. I received the Purple Star recognition in 2024 at the Two Rivers School. I plan to continue this honor by implementing it into our Homestead charter school. I already have a committee to help me. Last few years, we had 20% military-related students. I see the percentage going higher with 10% priority military enrollment allowed. My future goal at the Homestead Charter School is to have a creative writing class and writing letters to our deployed soldiers and to the VFW. The students will learn how to take pen to paper and how to learn how to address an envelope. April is the month of the military child. Students can express their experiences among their peers. We would like to have soldiers come to our school to do the pledge, read stories, have lunch with a class, invite a unit to come help with a field day, and invite them to the end of the year picnic. Purple Lit Up Day is a fun day, the celebration, the military child. A bulletin board dedicated just to them. Also, important information on why the color purple. All the colors of the branches symbolize unity. A dandelion is the official flower. Ability to bloom wherever they are planted. All military men and women are great role models for our students, and let's keep it active in our future Homestead Charter School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Wolf. Next, I have Summer McMillan. Ms. McMillan, you know the drill. State your name, spelling your last, give your area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
I thought I asked Carm to move me to the back of the list, but I guess there wasn't enough people sign up. I'm Summer McMillan, McMillan. I reside in Two Rivers. I just want to speak tonight about the approval of the Homestead Charter School. Mainly about the waiver to waive our timeline. I know that it is a risk, and our APC and all of our community members are aware of all of the challenges from staffing to furniture to curriculum materials and all of that jazz. But putting us off one more year, that's just another year of hardship that the students, parents, and guardians in our community have to struggle through. And I mean, I guess that's really all I had to say. I had a whole speech written, but it just didn't sit right with the mood of the room tonight. So I just really just wanted to kind of plead my case about the waiver and why it's needed. And I know my testimony tonight is not very good. I'm just, it's been a hard 2 years developing this charter. So I do want to thank the board and everyone here tonight for all of the collaboration and work that we've all put into this thing. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. That is the end of the list that I have for folks that have signed up in advance. Is there anyone else who is looking to testify on this agenda item tonight? Ms. Wicks, please state your name, spelling your last, give your area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, you guys. My name is Jasmine Wicks. I live in Two Rivers. My phone only has 2% battery, so I'm going to read fast. I got some data back for you guys. You know, we love to take your questions and your comments into consideration. So we drafted a survey, typos and all. We put it out this weekend. Don't worry, I fixed those. I just wanted to share a little bit with you of the responses that we have got of, are you enrolled in your neighborhood school? 27% said yes. The rest said no. How important is it to you that it opens this school year? 43% said extremely, 17.4% said very, and 6% said somewhat. One person said that their family won't be staying if the school does not open. They're leaving the state. Some people said that they would lose interest if it doesn't open this year, 26%. And then 56 said they want it to open this year. But enough with the heavy. What do you love about this school for your family? One person said, opening it up sooner allows opportunities to grow and work out the kinks. Another person says, I just really don't want to keep changing my kids' schools. My daughter's going to be entering the school system for the first time. We want it to be this school. One person said they're going to send their kids to another charter because they want them to go to one of those. So what appeals most to you about the year-round calendar? They like the shorter, more frequent breaks. This one surprised me. 50% of people said the main appeal was the reduced summer learning slump. My favorite statistic, 31% are going to go moose hunting with their kids. That's what they're most excited about. And then there were some concerns, because I like to be honest with people, and will tell you some people are a little concerned about their kids being on a different calendar than their older kids. One person said they think the district should just adopt the calendar that we're proposing so that they don't have to worry about that. That's all I have for you tonight. I just wanted to share those statistics. We still have surveys coming in, but that's the data I was able to screenshot tonight right before I came up to tell you guys. And thank you, and be kind. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Wicks. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we will close public hearing and we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Again, the motion on the table is to approve the charter school contract without the waiver per administration's recommendation. Ms. Hull.
I'm just curious. Can I ask a question to the administration?
Sure.
If we do decide to go forward with a waiver, what would that mean for the administration?
Yeah, Ms. Gillum is prepared to speak to that. And it is our strong recommendation that the board does not waive their policy.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So this policy was just updated in September 2nd of this year, if you recall. It followed a timeline that had long been in existence for our district in our AR because of the difficulty of standing up a school with a timeline of applications submitted after October 1st. So the policy itself speaks to how that timeline is crucial for effective operational planning and that successful transition for a new school. So Ms. Carol Hubbard spoke to, kind of the timelines of the approval process. And so the state does require, as Mr. Doran spoke to last week, applications to be submitted 90 days before their meeting agendas are set. So their next meeting that they have is June 3rd and 4th. So we would not be within that 90-day timeline for that meeting. They then also typically have a meeting on July 1 for the next year, but we would be very close in terms of that timeline. So our recommendation would be that we'd be aiming for the October timeline for approval. Once we have that official approval from the state, until that's complete, our processes here can't really begin and standing up that school because we need that formal approval. So from our side of things, and I'll certainly let Mr. DeGraw and Ms. Beam speak to that too, the first piece would be in all of our systems that we have that we use to support schools, we would have to begin the process of creating that school. So Power School, Munis, all of our HR systems, it would be a process to create that school and have that in place. When we were talking even with technology regarding a lottery process, they said to put in place a new lottery would be approximately a month's worth of time. And in that instance, as with all of these other instances, that would be a time frame where they're stopping their other work in order to do that work. So there is an immense amount of work that happens every summer in administration to prepare for the next school year with all of our existing schools. And so that is a big process. We would have to be putting on pause that process in some cases in order to do the work of starting a new school. Additionally, the first piece would be having a hiring manager in place there. So working in collaboration with Ms. Beam and the APC to hire a head teacher, because that head teacher in collaboration with the APC, once hired, would then be responsible for working through all the other hiring. That would also then be contingent upon determining their enrollment, because much of their staffing would be also based upon enrollment. So that would be an incredibly tightened timeline. I think the board, was discussed, and I think in the APC's presentation, they discussed, looking at Effie Cochran's calendar. That start date is April 4th. The proposed start date in the application is July 15th, but our school start date for staff is just August 11th. Our principals begin on July 31st as well. So it's really not that different of a timeline in terms of where we're looking at school starting. Are there other things? Yeah. May I say one more thing too? That is like the logistical operational piece of things, I guess, and they also spoke to this. There's also the piece of just physically preparing the school. So ordering materials, of course, often has a fairly large timeline in terms of making sure we know the numbers and ordering, and then just preparing the building, working through the handover process in terms of making sure that facilities has everything in place for that handover process piece. So there's also that whole kind of physical piece of preparing.
Okay, back to the board. Questions, discussion, Ms. Maple.
I am really, I'm deeply supportive of this charter application. I am really proud of all of the work that's gone into it from every side, and I am very torn about the waiver. And so I've been thinking about it nonstop and all day today and trying to figure out where I stand. And my honest answer is I still don't quite know. And so I wrote down a couple of notes that I want to share because I'm interested in hearing where my colleagues stand on these things and if there's administrative feedback. So I'm just going to run through it. It's not eloquent. But it's what I have right now. When when Summer said that it's another year of hardship, one of the things that I've been wrestling with is making a decision whether that I feel like I have that sorry, that there's a right decision and a pragmatic decision. And that those things feel at odds. I really want what's best for this community. I feel like when they withdrew their application, they did that in good faith, knowing that even though they had reason to have distrust, they took a leap and decided to trust the administration. And I saw that struggle. I think we all saw that struggle. And I'm immensely grateful that they took that leap because we saw this incredible collaborative process come out of it. And so it makes me feel like I want to make the same good faith act to take a leap to try to make this work. And Miss McMillan, that's it. Miss McMillan said that she's afraid that another year of hardship, that folks will lose interest, and I hear that. And then my last one is that my two things battling are that I recognize that in my role, I have a fiduciary responsibility to the district as a whole, and this is a really odd place where I feel a responsibility to. I feel like that responsibility is somehow at odds with my responsibility to support a contingent of our community, and that I feel quite lost on this. And I look forward to hearing from my colleagues, but I just wanted to put out those dichotomies, I guess. Yeah, sorry, that was long-winded.
Mr. Doran.
I lean not in support of the motion. I am in support of the part of the motion that would not approve a waiver for a variety of reasons, several of which I mentioned during our last work session and that Ms. Gillum referenced tonight. So those stand. And I think the only thing I would add to that is that it is a newly revised policy. We've applied it to other charter applicants, and I think it's appropriate to be equitable in that application, as well as the logistical pieces and the fact that we would not be looking at approval from the state board, even consideration. We would not be looking at consideration by the state board until an untimely point to set up a school. Why my concern is, and as others have said, really appreciate the conversations that I've had with members of the APC and the Two Rivers community, actually going back several years when Two Rivers was first on the closed consideration list, consolidation list, and then they started right away working on an idea, Homestead. It's since developed. They've added details and stuff, and you've pushed my thinking, and you've excited me in terms of the possibilities of education, and not only for that community, but throughout the district. I think it really opens windows for all of us. And I really appreciated when last week at the work session we asked, well, what if we were facing a mid-year, mid-school year opening, a January opening, and the angst that the APC shown in saying they've talked about it, they've debated it, but no, recognizing it's not a good piece for kids or families, staff at that time. So recognizing it would be at least a year away. And I just have to say the APC has modeled hard decisions. And with that, so just want to acknowledge that. My concerns, though, in the long piece with this is there are budget impacts. There is an additional cost to our budget. One could argue that it's relatively small. One could argue that it's impactful. It does match some of our recent recommended investments in the budget that we feel are important throughout the district and for our students and staff and families throughout the district. We were in a pretty fortunate situation in looking at our recommended budget. Very generally, we could say, well, we were feeling fairly rich, and we took advantage of that. We put in, I believe the number is close to $3 million of additional investments beyond what the administration proposed as investments in this current budget. But the underlying piece was sustainability, stability for those. This has been, so this was my 9th budget, the first time that we've had that opportunity to really invest, to have some money to put forward. And the other budgets, we were all cutting. In previous budgets before that, where I was on the board, we were cutting. So in some ways, the fact that we hit a net positive dollars at the end of the last fiscal year to bring forward is an anomaly. And I am really concerned. We have lots of uncertainty what our local contribution will be, which our recommended budget depends on, have uncertainty at the state level. And in other years, I would have said there wasn't that uncertainty with the state level because the governors, and including the current governor, has said in their budgets they would fully fund education to what the BSA said. And that was the case until last June, when the governor line item vetoed a large part of the BSA. At that time, and at the time that the legislature in August, just before school opened for the year, overrode that veto, he indicated, expect it next year, this coming summer, and see whether you really want to come back for a special session when you're campaigning. Those were the governor's words. So we don't really know whether he will fully fund education. And I think he will. We've put forward a budget with that in mind. But I'm not sure how that plays out as we go. So there are budget implications, and my main point with that relative to we can't fund that now. We don't have that additional now, and we don't know whether it'll be there a year from now. And in a sense, we're committing a budget cycle a year away that we've only had one net positive year in recent memory. Where are we going to stand at the end of this fiscal year? I'm also concerned that the plan as presented requires that the displacement of an investment that we made in the use of the Two Rivers building for the best satellite. One of the very, very few investments we made in this year's budget was to hire 2 additional best teachers and place them in satellites in buildings that no longer had schools, neighborhood schools in them. I was very disappointed when I heard during the budget work session, or during the work session on the charter, that would be displaced when we haven't even had that in place for a year. That was an investment, small but an important one, that we felt as a district we needed to make that outreach, build that proximity for members throughout our district to access the best program. So that's a concern. We spent a lot of time in right-sizing our district. This isn't just a financial issue. It's an issue of, as we settled on the term right-sizing, we have closed 7 schools. We've had discussions and we've had some disagreements which ones should be closed and those, and some differences of opinion, but we made a decision as a board and as a district because we do see there's declining demographics, and that was reaffirmed by just in the last week by the latest state report, and that the fastest growing demographic in our state is actually the one I'm in. It's the seniors. Okay, just as reported in the paper just the other day, just locally will be they expect the population over 80. I'm not 80 yet, but will more than double in the next 5 years. The state reports are that the youngest populations, demographics, are the ones that are most declining. And the report, the initial one that came out, or not initial, but the one before this, said that could be through 2050 before we see a change in that. So when we look at our community being very concerned of our use of buildings, the spaces we have, it is a financial, but it's also a right sizing. I do think that the conversation that has been brought forward by the Homestead Charter is an educational opportunity. You know, as people have said, some things, ideas out of it is, you know, as Gillum said, you know, maybe we should all be looking at, you know, some calendar variances. But also at least I've mentioned the concerns and the hope that we will come forward with some small community or remote site school model. I think there's a place for that in a conversation. We have some very small communities that are significant. Two Rivers is one of them. They are a community. They have a community center. They've got a park. They've got things that bring them together. You know, Salcha has that. Esther has that. You know, we have different communities within, and can we learn something from this in a sense that this conversation is an ongoing one, and that's what I would hope we would see. But I don't feel that approving it for the 26-27 school year is appropriate. Um, and that the following school year is a full year away, and we should have the conversation. So I'll pause there. Dr.
Ms. Hewitt.
Yeah, I have some concerns about the tight enrollment cliff that exists with this charter school application, and then that is also compounded by the survey that was spoken about tonight, the timeline issue of people losing interest. So I agree with picking up this conversation later. And I also share those concerns about the budgetary impacts and stability of our district.
Okay, I will speak to the motion. I'm going to start just speaking to the piece about the waiver, and then I have a couple of questions for administration. I do think that it would be really practically impossible, impracticable, and logistically for us to think that this school can actually get set up this fall. I understand the request for the waiver and the concerns about losing momentum, but it just doesn't seem like it's really feasible, and that's a challenge. So I fully support administration's recommendation regarding the waiver. I want to mention, all of our other charters were established through multiple year efforts that were able to maintain their momentum over time. And arguably, taking that time to actually help them build momentum and create more success and attract more people and improve their model as well. So I think that there's something to be said for taking our time and being patient while I do understand the concerns as well about folks losing interest. I will also say, based on past discussions, it does sound like there have potentially been more families moving into the area or interested in moving to the area, which means that there might be more students. We heard a lot about there being preschool students who might be able to enroll in future years. So I don't know that that 1 year's delay is necessarily the worst thing for this. Now, I do have a couple questions on a slightly different subject because I do share concerns about the impact to the overall budget and operations. So first, to administration, when we see the tables costing out the actual cost to the district, we see the school costs about 1.2 million all told, and then we have some savings from various things. One of the ways that we get to that $500,000 number is because there's an assumption that 2 teaching positions would move away from other schools. And I'm not quite understanding how we're predicting that and how we can predict that accurately, since we don't know where enrollment will actually draw from. And what are the consequences, I guess, if we get that wrong in terms of budget and looking beyond just the first year, of course, since enrollment can change.
Yeah, thanks for the question, President Burgess. So what that's centered around is we have history to look back at. So I was personally involved in the standing up of Discovery Peak Charter. So we had a data set to look at there. And then I've looked back at the standing up of previous charters prior to Discovery Peak. So there it's centered around geographically. So with the Discovery Peak Charter, we looked at the North Pole region, right? And we anticipated there would be a heavy weight to students exiting North Pole Elementary Midnight Sun Elementary and Tixic Brown Elementary at that time. We were surprised to see students go to Discovery Peak from all over the district, as far away as Wood River and University Park in Fairbanks. And so they do come from all over, but we anticipate geographically where students might come from. And so while we're never going to be able to accurately predict exactly how many teacher savings we're going to realize in advance, we have a general idea, and that is around half of the total enrollment that we see. We apply the PTR to the total enrollment of 100, and we come up with around 4 teachers, but we know it doesn't happen in a linear fashion like that. And so we do have history that shows us right around 50 to 60% of the teacher savings has been utilized with past charter school stand-ups. Does that make sense? Am I answering your question? But certainly, I think the last part of it, yeah, there's a risk that if we don't see a large amount of Weller students move to Two Rivers, if we see them a spattering of 100 kids, just kind of 4 or 5 here across every elementary school in the whole district, yeah, it's possible there would be virtually no teacher savings. It's possible we would see some savings, but the likelihood would go down. So the 2 teacher savings is heavily predicated on a large number of Weller students going to the charter that have moved from the prior Two Rivers Elementary School to Weller today. And we're making the assumption that a certain number of those students would move back to the Two Rivers Charter School. To your point, it certainly is an assumption, but one that I'm relatively comfortable making, again, based on that past experience. And then the downside risk is if that doesn't happen, yes, there's about a $250,000, $125,000 risk for each staff that we overestimate. Does that make sense? So if it turned out to be only one, yeah, the cost would go up. The net cost would go up by approximately $125,000 because those realized savings would drop below what we assumed. It's a lot of information there, I know.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. I think I'm following
that
you.
makes sense. Okay.
I'll put myself back in the queue because I have additional questions, but I'm seeing hands. So, Ms. Maple.
I just I wanted to say that while I am taking notes on everybody's thoughts on the waiver, I want to reiterate that what I have heard is that we can manage this fiscal impact, that our experts are saying, okay, do it. And I just want to reiterate that I really want to see this charter have a chance, whatever that chance gets to look like. I think that I am impressed. I'm shocked. I'm all of the things that we found ourselves in this room with an administration and a board and an APC that seem to, at least in some big way, be on the same page. I didn't imagine we'd find ourselves here. I think this is an incredible opportunity before us, and please, let's do it. I want this community to have the opportunity to succeed, even if there's more hiccups along the way, if the timeline is unclear, if there's not consensus about the timeline. I'm so impressed and proud of what's been put before us, and they said we can do it, so I think we should do it.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in support of the motion on the table. And the reason, but I do have a couple questions, and before I ask those, I'd like to state a little bit about why I'm supporting it. At the last work session, I asked a lot of pointed questions to the administration, and I think the most important question that helped me was a very direct question, which was, do you recommend the charter as it is presented, exactly as the motion states, without the approval of the waiver? And that answer was a resounding yes. There's, of course, a financial piece that we need to consider, and that is utmost, I think, of what I'm always looking at. the small school size, we're looking at about a $516,000 cost to the district. If we consider the savings, am I correct there? I just want to make sure.
You are correct. Yes.
Okay. So we're looking at a 516.
Mr. DeGraw?
Yeah.
583 would be the bottom line cost. The 516 that you're referencing is the revenue increase through the foundation model. So just to clarify, 583 would be the cost.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I have a lot of different numbers and notes here.
A lot of numbers flying over.
Yeah.
There. Yes.
583. So the 583 cost of standing up a school is minimal compared with what we're seeing from other places within our district. And the reason why I'm supporting this, it's really two words: risk and location. There is I want to thank the Two Rivers APC for hosting me for a meeting. I think it was back in November. And that was just taking that, just taking the drive out there is important to do. The Two Rivers community is incredibly isolated. So is Salcha. So are parts of Goldstream, where I live. So are parts of Esther. So all over our borough, we have these far-reaching, very remote places. And the amount of time that students, the majority of those students, would have to be on a bus to go to Weller. And again, it's the majority of all those students that would have to go on that bus to get to Weller is significant, close to an hour one way. And again, that's for all of the students. I have to say that I'm from a former school that has been closed, and my own kids would have to be on an hour of a school bus. However, I'm driving into town for work, and I know a lot of people are in that area. But Two Rivers is a very different community, and so location plays a big part. But then an even bigger part is the risk factor. So I think that as a school board, we've been elected to make decisions that are that drive our mission forward and serve the students of this district. And the risk factor, if you look at the financial risk, the thing that I appreciate, I think, most about this, and this is true to the administration and the APC working collaboratively, is that we have a safeguard. If their enrollment isn't met, we can, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but we can, in a sense, pull back that charter. And that financial safeguard is unique. It's unique to this application. It's unique to this charter. So if we didn't, and I'll be clear, if that safeguard was not in place, I would probably be speaking differently about the motion on the table. But because there is a financial safeguard in place, and to be clear, that means that if their enrollment is not met, and if that enrollment cliff, which is 74 students, is there, we can pull back the charter. And that's to protect the APC from being financially liable. And it's also to protect the students, to make sure that the educational opportunities that we would vote on in putting forth this charter are going to actually meet the needs of those students. And we know that without enrollment above 74 students, really 75 is that minimum, this charter will not succeed. And because of that, that is, I think, the risk answer, check the box. The risk is eliminated. The financial risk is eliminated from this charter application because of that very careful, very thoughtful, very deliberate policy that's been put forward. I, too, like my fellow board member, Ms. Maple, had a lot of reservations around the start date. When I learned about the state school board schedule, the hiring schedule for teachers, it became very apparent that this charter would not succeed with an enrollment date with a school start date that starts in July of 2026. And that's why I'm supporting the motion as stated. However, I say that with a heavy heart because this charter application actually came in on October 1st and was then pulled back in good faith by the APC and then immediately collaborated with our district on putting forth a revised application. And so knowing that and also knowing their desire, it's very difficult to say that. However, knowing that we need to make sure that that enrollment, when they open, is at that minimum level, it's incredibly important that we do everything that we can to make sure that they are successful from the minute that they open. And the way to do that is to get as many students we can and families to commit to an opening date that's going to work, and also give them the chance to hire the teachers that want to be there, and knowing that the approval wouldn't even happen until after teachers cannot transfer anymore will really hinder them from making those hiring decisions. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Hull.
Thanks. I won't belabor the points that fellow board members have made. I just want to share, because I know Ms. Mabel specifically wanted to know how her colleagues felt about things. So some of the draws for me for the school are the fact that it is a small school. It comes with a minimal financial risk. We do have the safeguard. We know where the fiscal cliff is. The calendar is amazing. I would love to take my kids on trips in September and not have to miss school. Dr. Meinert. I want the school to be successful, and so I will be supporting the charter. I will be to the administration's recommendation, not approving the waiver, though.
Okay, I had myself in the queue, and then we'll go to Mr. Doran. And I'll just ask one more question, and that is, what is the per student cost of operating this charter? Let's assume full enrollment. And how does that per student cost compare to other charters and our neighborhood schools? To administration.
Yeah, if you can give me a moment, Mr. Burgess, I will.
And I've got that.
You have it, Dr. Miner?
Yep. Mr. DeGraw ran this earlier for us. So the per student projected amount for 100 students at the charter is $13,493. And that falls right in line with our other charter schools, specifically closest to Chinook, which is at $13,499.
And yeah, just smaller schools are always going to have a higher per student cost to them because the fixed cost portions of standing up a school take up a greater percentage of overall costs. So that's pretty standard. But I was actually surprised that the disparity wasn't greater. It was actually a pretty tight range of the cost per student amongst all our charters. So.
And how does it compare to neighborhood schools?
Yeah, so neighborhood schools, it's a little harder to get that information. I could come up with the data, but your schools with this at the size of a Tickasick Brown or a North Pole Elementary, those enrollments have increased just in the last year. They're going to be lower. They're going to be in the $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 per range. But yeah, depending on, in our attendance area schools, we still have a wide range of enrollments. Denali in the 280, 290 range, up to Tickasick Brown being in the 470, 480 range, a lot higher. And so, yeah, you're going to have a little bit bigger range there because of the different sizes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Dorn.
Okay, a couple of things. One is acknowledging that if this motion passes, that the charter could open anytime after January 1st. They don't have to wait until the following year. So there's a immediate impact upon our the the budget currently under consideration for the 26-27 year, and which is $1 million in excess of $1 million, because they would not qualify yet for the small school money. So that's an immediate impact on our budget under consideration, and arguably would have a real impact on the services that we've recommended to move forward on. I'm also concerned regarding the broader impact of charter schools in our current environment. That we do have a responsibility for the whole district. Predominantly the earlier charter schools that were approved, we were a growing district. I was out of the country when Boreal Sun was approved, serving with Peace Corps. So I don't know the full conversations around that. I do know around Discovery Peak. I was on the board that time, and a lot of the same concerns that the board has raised in the past year regarding charter schools and their impact on the greater district, which is reflected in our updated policy, that they are legitimate interests. We are not a growing district. Arguably, those first charter schools that were approved by the district saved building a new building. Now we're closing buildings. This would add another building back into our school, potentially, any charter who comes forward at any point, if their applications are complete and the answers are there, should be approved. If we ignore the other things around it. And so that's my concern, that in part of my concerns is our situation as a district. We are trying to make a shift from using a reduction lens to a growth lens in our services and what we can offer kids, and we haven't come close to returning to those services. And so that should be our picture. I could see entertaining a conversation next year, and I would hope we will, in terms of models of how we serve, and we're not pitting one school against another, one building against another, one community against another. But I'm very concerned that this puts us in that situation, and I would hope that we do not need to close a school, although we've had on the table that possibility earlier this year, and it's hanging out there that we might be closing another school, secondary school. Where these things play out, this is part of a much larger conversation, and I'm afraid.
Move to extend the time so we can finish our business.
Second.
Thank you.
Without objection, rules are suspended so that we can get through our agenda. Thank you, Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. And so that's a concern that I have. The broader impact to our district, our various schools that are currently in operation, and and to other parent groups, so they get equitable consideration, and that we are at a point where we're not looking to expand our buildings. And that's a real concern because it does impact what we have available to us to provide us services that for several years, and I'll wrap up with this, we've felt angst over, we've bemoaned those loss of services. We're trying to get back, and we're making a stab at that this year. And we still have a real heavy concern of being able to sustain those over the years ahead, and are trying to take actions that will put us in a better position, not only to sustain what we would like to, we've put forward in our recommended budget, but to be able to expand upon that. And that expansion might be providing some smaller school programs, perhaps at less of a cost than a charter, but we have not explored that. But the practicality of having this for the next school year is minimal at best. And I don't want to hang out hope, but I do want to say that there can be ongoing conversations for something that might be appropriate for the following school year or the following school year after that, on a broader and bigger concern. But I am very concerned upon its impact if we approve this at this time on the greater impact on our district as a whole and the neighborhood schools and the other charters as well, because there could be an impact on what we can offer. So.
Ms. Gillum?
Thank you. So I did, excuse me, I just wanted to clarify one point that with not waiving policy 935.1, the earliest that the charter school could open would be after January 1. Our cost estimate for that, knowing that it wouldn't be, a part of our funding model, would be $674,000 because it would only be half of that. And that's assuming a full opening as well. I just want to note that, we propose that we could work collaboratively with the APC to determine a summer opening. We could turn over the building in January 1. We could work collaboratively with BEST to look at some of the field school options. I think as multiple board members spoke to, taking that time to build momentum, to be on the same hiring timeline as all of our other buildings, to be able to establish a head teacher in place and have that time for purposeful building of momentum and getting things in place is really where we believe would be the greatest successful start for opening for the school and for the community. I just want to also say that our collaboration has only begun. I think that all of us here have spent a lot of time working with the APC in a collaborative way to make sure that we're supporting what they're looking for their families and communities and students, and then also working within, what we can support in the district. And so I just want to say that the collaboration would only be just beginning to create a school that we hope would be successful for the Two Rivers community.
Ms. Julian?
Okay, thank you. I just want to I want to speak to the district as a whole and our responsibility to the district as a whole. And when I think about the district as a whole, I think about all of the school-aged children, students in our district who attend public school, of which we know that in 2024 to 2025 school year, through a data dump from DEED, which was the first of its kind, that we have out of district correspondence students. So in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, the Fairbanks North Star Borough in 2024 to 2025, this is data from DEED, 23% of students who attend public school attend out of district correspondence programs. That's the highest out of any other borough. Mat-Su Borough, again, this data is from DEED from 2024-2025 school year. Mat-Su Borough, 18% was out of district correspondence. Anchorage, 12%. Kenai, 17%. Juneau, 12%. Now, we know that past charter schools have also promised to increase enrollment to drive students back, getting students to come from correspondence programs to in-person schools, whether it's a charter, whether it's a neighborhood school. That's a big leap. But one of the things, and I want to go back to the word location, and I want to thank the Two Rivers community for inviting me out there and for seeing it firsthand and getting to know those families. That is a hotbed because of the location of out-of-district correspondence families who have expressed interest in this charter school. Now, again, it all comes down to risk and scale. We have the capability to pull back if that's not true. If that turns out not to be true and they can't get the enrollment that they need to survive, we can pull it back. And thank you to the administration for putting in that financial safeguard. The second thing is really about this charter school process and application has gone through a significant amount of time and review and due diligence from our district that is responsible, a district administration that is responsible for the district as a whole. And I do not doubt, we know that when we stand up charter schools, that it's a risk because you're giving away that control mechanism to an APC. We have to trust that the decisions that they're going to make are aligned with what has been in their charter application, their charter contract with us, and we review that on an ongoing basis. However, there's a loss of that, of kind of that control over that school in our ability to assign teachers and things. This is a school of 100. The max is 100 students. We as a district recognize the importance of having an educational opportunity out there. We made an investment immediately after closing the neighborhood school to stand up a best homeschool satellite. We recognize that as a board to not leave that community behind because there was such a need. So again, the location matters, and the risk factor to me has been completely addressed. And I look at what can our district do to maintain, to my fellow board members, our growth lens. And we have to be very, very strategic about where we're investing. And I'm really proud that we've already signaled to the district as a whole, those that are choosing neighborhood schools, hey, we're making significant investments in you. This, to me, is a strategic investment with very low risk in a location that's a hotbed of our out-of-district correspondence youth and also has received support from our military affiliated bases. So you have to weigh that, and that is why I landed on supporting this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you. Through the chair, a question to the administration. And basically, I kind of touched upon it at the work session last week, but listening to various comments and thinking about it tonight, it's formulating a little bit better in my mind. Apologize, I did not send this know the question to send to you ahead of time, but a year ago, year and a half ago, the recommendation was to close Two Rivers as a neighborhood school. As the year has gone and the conversations have continued, really the question before is reopening a school in that area. And part, we saved the building. We decided to retain the building rather than returning it to the borough for the purpose of having a best satellite and the possibility that if it's a growing community, we may need to have a neighborhood school again there. The question that I have, in essence, are we revisiting that decision to close? And what I'm thinking is, okay, if this motion would pass, the effective opening of the charter would be the 27-28 school year, so a full year away. If there is a need for a neighborhood school there, reestablishing that school, I would say, with using the Homestead, because before and currently the community has really worked on a focus, and we've talked about those opportunities, or a magnet, or any way we want to call it, or just as a neighborhood school, but with a lot of the things they were doing before and when we closed it, and could be doing with what they hoped to see, and possibly start that for the fall. If there's that need that we see as a district for a neighborhood school to be there, if we rent the building out for a charter, then that building is no longer valuable to us for a neighborhood school there, effectively. But a charter is open to anybody, anywhere. So perhaps pushing out of the box, pushing the edges of the box. But my question really comes down to if the recommendation is we have a neighborhood school there, and I'll put that neighborhood in quotes, possibly even at less a cost, we don't know. But it doesn't matter if that's what if we should be rethinking that decision to have closed, but there is really a need there that we see and we've been able to experience during this current year.
So complex question, and I'm going to answer similarly to how I did in the work session. Currently, what's in front of the board is an application for a charter school. We're not discussing reopening a neighborhood school. I think the board and administration has spent a considerable amount of time with the APC, working with them to revise their charter. And we feel very comfortable with it coming in front of the board and offering something innovative and very different than what has been out there and offered in the past as a neighborhood school. I think there is, as other board members have said, minimal risk in terms of the financial pieces to the district. There's also the piece that Ms. Julian was talking about, that it is possible, given the large amount of homeschool students or correspondence students that are in that area, that they could flow back into a charter school, which could help offset the cost to the district. We've heard from the APC and we've heard from supporters of this charter that if it was just a neighborhood school, they would not go to it, that they did not go to it in the past, but they are very interested in this model. And so, I think it's hard for me to answer, should we be revisiting a neighborhood school out there, because you have a charter school application in front of you this evening. If for some reason the board is not supporting the charter school application this evening, and the board wanted to direct administration to look at what other options are in the future, we could certainly do that. But I don't think that that's fair to the conversation that's in front of the board this evening.
Okay, I have myself in the queue, and then Ms. Carol Hubbard. And I wanted to, on the idea of attracting out-of-district students, I wanted to ask some clarifying questions. So we have heard in the past charter schools are more costly to run, in part because we are not able to keep as much overhead as they cost when we provide administrative services to them through administration. So to me, that sounds like it is more expensive to run charter schools. We've also heard when the larger the charter school is, the more costly it is to the district. So can you kind of hope that you're able to give me at least a rough estimate here? Can you tell me if an out of district student enrolling in a charter school has positive effects on the district's budget as a whole? Do they generate revenue for the district?
Yes, the short, direct answer is yes. It does have a positive impact on the district. And I can do some, well, I'll leave it at that. I can get some hypothetical number on what each student would be if you'd like. I don't have that at my fingertips, but the short answer to that question is yes. Additional students enrolling from outside the district into a district-sponsored charter school would be a net positive impact financially.
Thank you. Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Well, I was just going to suggest that we call the question unless there's additional information, because it seems like we're going in a circle.
Mr. Doran.
It's just a follow-up to the last question that was asked in the information. You said that there is a net positive for a charter school to bring in student revenue to the district.
Yeah, can I clarify?
Okay. All right.
That?
So,
yep.
Yes, I do want the clarification, and I'll ask you why, because that seems to be a somewhat slightly different message than we had in the fall.
Let me clarify my response I just gave. So if keeping the 100 charter school students static, so their cap, let's say their cap is 100, if a portion of those 100 students came from out of district, as opposed to all 100 of the students coming from either best or existing attendance area schools, if a portion of those 100 are new students to the district, there's a positive net impact on district level finances. But my assumption, my response is predicated on assuming that 100 student level that's in the application, if we're not surpassing that 100, then that 100 student allocation, the 1.35 million, will remain the same, But if a portion of those 100 students are new students to the district, it would actually have a positive impact on district level finances.
Follow up, and I will make this my last.
Follow up, Mr. Dorn.
Okay, just so I understand, that any charter school that has an indication that they would be bringing students who are not enrolled in our district, because they all get the same per student allocation, no matter
Correct.
whether they're 100 students or 200 students or whatever. Any charter that would set up that would be have indications of bringing new students into our district is a net positive for the district.
Correct.
And so, and I want to make sure, because we had conversations in the fall regarding this, and this seems to be a little bit different than now. So that's why I was asking for the clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, with the Pearl Creek presentation that administration presented to the board, there was actually a slide there that talked about, there was a hypothetical theoretical number, 20 or 30 students, and I presented a number that would benefit, because that was a topic that trended with that conversation. And the same exact concept would apply with this charter school, and that, yeah, it would have a positive impact on district finances.
Okay, so I'm going to just sum up, this portion of the conversation. It sounds like there is a net positive to attracting out of district students, but there's got to be some sort of threshold where, I mean, it still is a cost overall unless a majority of those students come from out of district. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, so if there's 100 student cap and the school's going to hit 100, if 30 of those 100 are new to the district, in theory, that's 30 additional students that we're going to count in the fall, as opposed to the charter not existing. If those new students are predicated on the stand-up of the charter, that's going to provide additional revenue to the district.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're nearing the end of discussion, but I do have a couple more things that I wanted to say to just explain my vote. So I just want to say I really want to be able to vote yes on this. I do. And the application is exciting. I really appreciate the collaboration that went into this and the working together and to revise the application and improve it. The revised application was significantly improved, and it's very impressive. And I recognize the importance of this school to the community. I recognize also that it is different from reopening the neighborhood school. The model has certainly changed, but I'm also aware or conscious of the fact that this charter probably wouldn't have happened if the school hadn't closed. And that brings me to the concerns similar to what Mr. Doran has expressed and Ms. Hewitt. I do have concerns about the long-term impact to the district overall, particularly with respect to the uncertainties that we are seeing economically, financially, and with enrollment and staffing challenges. I am already concerned that the additions that the board made to the recommended budget might be over-investing in the long term. I'm glad that we have those investments, but I'm already concerned that we're not going to be able to sustain them over the long term, depending on what's going on in the world around us and how it affects our finances. We did consolidate schools for several reasons. Yes, it was budget ultimately that drove it, but also declining enrollment and staffing challenges. And with those things combined, I am concerned that the impacts by opening this school, the impacts would be as severe as having to close some other neighborhood school in a few years. There are ripple effects on district operations for this kind of investment, and I'm just not confident enough in our financial situation to say that this is the time to invest in this, even though it is, again, impressive, and I really appreciate the work that went in. If the assumptions are accurate in terms of the teaching positions that we would not have to fill at other schools, or that it could be moved from one school to this one, even if those assumptions are accurate, the total cost is equivalent to about 4.5 certificated positions. That's 4.5 teachers or counselors that we could use elsewhere in the district, or break it down other ways. So it is significant. That's not an insignificant number. If in a different financial climate, I would be supporting this. But we've only just started to crawl out of our deficit, and we have a responsibility to the district as a whole. I hear the reassurances from administration, and I trust y'all, but I'm feeling pretty risk averse myself. So I do really want Two Rivers and other rural communities to have a school. We need a better funding model than the one we have. I don't think that a charter, which ultimately takes resources from the rest of the district, is the appropriate model at this time. And I would hope that we can work with the state to improve our funding model for schools in small communities like this. And just acknowledging that they are, for one, very important, but also costly on a per student basis because of the size. So I think those things need to be acknowledged. I think that we should work more to figure this out, and I would be excited to revisit it in the future if the state funds us better. But under the current climate, I just can't support it because of the concerns I have for the district as a whole. I have Ms. Doolian in the queue.
Sure, thank you. I had a follow-up question to Mr. DeGraw, and actually the line of questioning prior on the student. So the kind of the net positive. So I'm going to suggest that it's not necessarily a net positive, but what it's doing is that if every student that we gain is going to reduce the projected costs that have been put into this, that have been put forth to us. So my question is, has there been any assumptions built into the cost that assume we will get new out-of-district students, or is this kind of the most cost that could possibly occur, assuming that we're going to have 100 students that come from existing schools?
Yeah, my calculations that I presented last week don't include any assumption of additional student and any additional financial benefit to the district through new students enrolled.
Okay, so the question then is, if we have additional students, that if we have part of those 100 students that would participate in this school, which is capped at 100, any new students that attend this school from out of district, come in from the military, that are new to our district, period, would reduce our costs.
That's correct. Yeah, just
I'm sorry, reduce the cost to operate this school. There's still a cost to operate this school.
Correct. It would reduce that 583 number that I presented to the board. Yeah, really the two numbers that are high in certainty, have high levels of certainty, are the allocation, the 1.35 million, and then the 510 516,000 number revenue addition. The variables are what you're referring to, Ms. Julian. If we were to see new students to the district enrolled because of the charter, that would be a benefit, a net benefit to cost, would reduce it. What President Burgess brought up, if we were to save fewer teachers than the two that we're assuming, that might increase that cost. But so those are the two real variables that I see. But yeah, certainly new students to the district would reduce that net overall cost.
Yeah, and I don't believe that that's any different than what has been presented in the past. The thing that's different is the capped size, and which then is a capped risk, which we also, and I'll say it again, have built in a mechanism that puts guardrails on that risk, so that if the school ever dips below a certain enrollment, we have the ability to cancel the charter.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all that I have for questions.
Mr. Doran.
Just clarification and follow up to that question. All of our charters have a cap. Is that right? They have a cap on their enrollment.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And whether students come into our district to any of our schools, that is a net gain. So basically, it's a wash where they come or where they don't come. And that as our various schools provide and people learn about their schools, they are attractive. And so it's basically a wash.
I think of clarification to make, because I was going back to look, if that's okay, President Burgess. I'm sorry, the clarification that I would make is that the cost of the school to the district remains static based upon our current assumptions. A change in assumption would go back to slide 21 in our presentation regarding the number of students enrolled in our district. If there is an increase of students enrolled in our district, then that changes our assumptions, because now we are increasing the revenue that we would be getting as a district. So the cost of the charter remains the same. I would say what's different about this charter that Ms. Julian is speaking to is that it's not the cap, it's the minimum threshold that is different. I would have to go back, but that because we're looking at such a different minimum threshold and the impact that going below that threshold would have on the funding model for the charter, that is different than what we work with other charter schools.
Quick follow-up.
Follow up, Mr. Doran.
Okay. So we closed a charter for going below a threshold. Yes, North Star charter. And we have a couple of charters that are right on the edge of that. That's a higher threshold. I believe it's 149 is basically. It's not something in contract, but it's in terms of being able to operate. So there's, so I just want that clarity that, you know, they have to be able to operate. We put it in a contract, proposed contract for a specific number. The others are not. I don't believe in contract on that. It's practicality and more related to the state. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I do believe that if it attracts more out-of-district students, which is part of its attraction in the application, that may mean less students that are transferring back out of those schools. So, you know, to your point, Mr. DeGraw, it's, you know, it's complex. You can only go so far, and it's basically a wash if those students stay there, because more new students are coming in, filling that 100. Then, you know, it's a wash. So.
Have Ms. Maple, and then I think we should try to wrap this.
Well, that is, I was going to move to call a question.
Second.
Okay.
Can you repeat the motion just for all of us?
The motion was made by Ms. Maple to call the question. It was seconded, I believe, by Ms. Carol Hubbard. Spoke a little faster there. And so now we get to vote twice. So a yes vote will end debate, and we will go straight to a vote on the main motion. A no vote will allow us to continue debate. Ms. Richardson, can you please call the vote to call the question?
Colonel Foster has left the meeting. Colonel Campbell?
Yes.
Mr. Wade has left the meeting, so Ms. Hewitt?
Yes.
Ms. Maple?
Yes.
Mrs. Hull?
Yes.
Ms. Julian?
Yes.
Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Okay, that brings us to the main motion. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote? A yes vote will approve the charter without the requested waiver based on administration's recommendation. A no vote will deny the charter application.
Colonel Campbell?
Yes.
Mrs. Hull?
Yes.
Ms. Julian?
Yes.
Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
No.
Ms. Hewitt?
No.
Ms. Maple?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess?
No.
Motion carried.
All right. Thank you, board. Administration will take that and run with it. And just let me get back to my agenda. We have another item on our agenda tonight, if I can find it.
Can we take a brief at ease? Is that possible?
That's a great idea. Let's take a brief at ease. Okay, it is 9:46, and we're bringing this meeting back to order. We started with a brief at ease and moved right into a full recess, but now we're back, 9:46 p.m. Uh, Meeting is back in order, and we are on agenda item L1 under information and reports. We have the Wayfinder report. So Brianna Gray, Executive Director to Student Support Services, will provide a report and demonstration on Wayfinder and how to use online curriculum. I'll turn it over to the administration. Ms. Gray.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'm going to briefly give you an overview of what Wayfinder is, what we've been doing so far this year, and then I'll go into the online platform and show you a little bit of what it looks like. So Wayfinder is an online platform for K through 12. It provides ready-to-use lessons and tools to help students build essential skills for academic success and then also positive school engagement. The online platform provides not only resources to educators, but also to students. And so when we go in there, we'll look at some of the resources, activities, and collections. I think it's important to note that this isn't something additional that we're requiring educators to do. It is a practical tool, and it is integrated into existing structures that we already have. So it really strengthens what schools are already doing. And one of the most exciting things that I've found from this tool is that we've received a lot of unsolicited feedback about how great it is. And so it's always good when you're hearing about all the fun things, not only from our educators, but our students as well. Right now, we are in phase 1. So phase 1, we have access for all educators throughout our district, and phase 2 will include getting our students uploaded into Wayfinder and actually providing different interventions and support for students. And that will be next year. This year, during our professional development day, we did have Wayfinder come down and do some professional development for our counselors, for our teachers, for our principals. And it was really fun to see them doing some of the lessons with them. And then throughout the year, we've been touching base with Wayfinder as well as they continue to develop their resources that they provide. All right, I'm going to, if you draw your attention to the screen, I'm going to show you what the platform looks like. All right, when you log in, depending on what your role is, if you have a counselor role, it could look a little bit different than what teachers have. You can go in and you can go to the core lessons, and it shows all of the workbooks that are available. So there are online workbooks and there are also physical copy workbooks. We do have some of the physical copies in our schools, but not enough for all students right now. And then we also have an activity library where all of the activities are available. And fun fact, when I looked up how many, the usage, there was 8,861 activities that were used this year. And mostly by middle schools. Middle schools were our top users, which was interesting. But it's been being used, which is what we want. And the most used activity was roles in bullying, and then energy and connection, and then a rock, paper, scissors challenge. So those were the top 3 that are being used right now. And then the core skills that we're seeing the most usage out of are adaptability, agency, and collaboration. So if we go into the collections part, it's loading. You can see that you are able to filter through either tier 2 supports, tier 3 supports. You can do it by grade level. They just released a new athletics and PE collection, which is a lot of fun. Anti-bullying. So a lot of their really popular collections are listed up top, but you can also search. So I can go into this one and show you what it looks like. Some of them have videos. It talks about who is curated by, and then you can go through and look at all of the activities that are available. Clicking on that. And it provides the grade level, the time, different slideshows. It gives all of the talking points for your educators, but then it also talks about if you're doing this online, what it could look like being used online. And there's also a resource library that is available. And within this resource library, there's a Wayfinder Academy that provides all of the things that you need to do to get started. Within our department, myself and one other staff member are the point of contact. And so throughout the year, as we are hiring, we make sure that we touch base with those individuals so they know what their login is, they know what it is, they know how to get started. And we are also tracking usage to see how it aligns with our school climate survey, how we can better incorporate it with our safe and civil schools, professional learning that we have available. And then also, if we notice that schools are reaching out asking for resources, we are better able to guide them to the resources that are in Wayfinder. The other item that we have that we do not use right now is Waypoints, and that is the assessment tool, and that is something that we will be working towards next school year. And that is all that I will show you in terms of the demonstration. They did recently come out with new intervention plans that we will be looking into as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Doran.
Thank you for that overview. I'm interested in terms of, it's good to see its usage and stuff. The use of lessons in place of what teachers might otherwise use and how they align with our established curriculum. I was caught by your awareness, and you're saying it's not an add-on. So if it's not an add-on, I'm assuming it's in place of that. These things are, in a sense, it's a might not be the right term, and I'm looking at Mr. Beam too in terms of it's like a supplemental resource. I can use this instead of this. It might replace something that's in the core. Or how does that align?
I would say that this would be a supplement for sure. Some of the things already align with some of the with our standard. There might I'm going to add I'm going to bounce this back, but there might be some things that are outside of our standards also, because it's not all the typical content that we look like that we look at as an instructional type thing. A lot of it is the social side of things, that like those types of lessons.
Follow up.
Follow up, Mr. Doran.
So I'm thinking, like, if a counselor is using it as their lesson, we have guidelines for the lessons, topics they should cover during the year. They could use this in terms of being their lesson model for one of those, rather than doing some.
I would say that it's not in place of that. This is a supporting resource. And so we have had a lot of feedback that they were able to, within the lessons they're already providing, provide more resources or dive a little bit deeper through this resource.
Okay. If I may, and then I'll put me back in the queue. So one of the things that goes through my mind, and as I said, I really appreciated your noting that it shouldn't be an addition for, as like kids voting. When we put that in place, we acknowledged for teachers that if you do a kids voting lesson, you're not going to cover something else. This would be comparable to that. We're giving teachers permission to say, you could use this. You might not hit this in the curriculum. It might be complementary to the skills we're trying to, and I love the fact that you reference skills, because that's really what our curriculum is more about, is skill building, and how to get the knowledge and the understanding. But so I'm just looking that we're not just adding on, and how does it play out in real life for a teacher to say, oh yes, if I do this, I don't have to. I know I can make this good instructional decision based on the needs of my students and what would be beneficial to them. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Dr. Minert?
Yeah, I'd love to hop in. So, Mr. Doran, you are a principal at the elementary level, and I think elementary teachers do this very well. They cover the core content, but there's often things that happen within the school year, whether it be within their classroom or within the community or at the nation as a whole, that a tool like this helps them bring either that content or the skills needed in the classroom. And so Ms. Gray highlighted the bullying sections. And so maybe their class or maybe the school is having some bullying issues or some behavioral issues that they want to work on as a class. And teachers naturally have done this for years. Now this gives them kind of a pre-baked tool with some interactive videos and guides that help schools and students work through those different issues. And so really not necessarily like, an add-on in terms of adding to a teacher's plate, but really hopefully giving them an extra tool in the tool bag that they can pull out at certain times that is really engaging and that gets to getting kind of back to the content. We want our students to learn those life skills and the self-regulation skills within their classrooms, so then we can get back to those content pieces as well. And that's something that this tool helps our students with.
Thanks to the three of you for adding bits and pieces to my understanding.
Ms. Carol Hubbard?
I just wanted to say thank you. When we did our board retreat, I believe we had a presentation of the books and I actually have every one of them, and I read every one of them. And I thoroughly enjoyed them, and I felt like the program that I was reading, I wished I would have had it as a parent for my own kids. I wish I would that it could be incorporated in so many different arenas other than the classroom. But the fact that we have it incorporated in the classroom is outstanding. So I just wanted to say thank you. And I just completely support this. I think it's a really great program. I love the deep thinking, and I love that it kind of gets away from the academic mindset for a moment, and it contemplates sort of some life questions and some what ifs, and I don't know. There was just a lot of things because there was 12 books or 13 books that I went through, but excellent programming. So thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Hewitt?
Do you see this? So right now, it's a resource for counselors and teachers.
We have tutors and principals who are also able to use it as well. We personally down here use it in our staff meetings because we want to better understand how to use it. I've also used it for some of my students that I have outside of the school district on the athlete side to see how it would land, and it landed really well. And so it's been really exciting just to see how it's been represented, not only in our schools, but also down in staffing meetings as well. A follow-up?
Follow-up, Ms. Hewitt?
Is this something that you see or could potentially be available to parents at some point in some form or fashion?
Yeah, so there is actually resources that you can send home. It's called basically a home handbook, and we plan to start sending out in newsletters little resources from there. And when students are able to log in, parents are also able to go in and log in with them to see what they've been doing or what they've been assigned.
Thank you.
Mr. Doran?
I noted and appreciated as you were doing a quick glance at some of the content, the lessons. You mentioned PE is one. So cross-discipline and their activities that might really appropriate. And it looked like just the title, I could see something being in math or in a science lesson. Am I catching those glimpses?
They have
correctly?
a college and career prep section. They have a college and career prep section. That's might have been what you have seen. There's also a part of the program. It's like a dashboard that talks about a portrait of a graduate for secondary, and it talks about life lessons. It talks about CTE, and so there are some science and digital citizenship items.
Okay. And the other aspect of it that struck me is one I think was callback or call and response. And I was just thinking of the complementarity to trainings. We still have teachers who are around, and I can't remember the name of the training we had years ago. Sorry, through the superintendent, maybe to Ms. LaPlante. I don't know if your memory was it, but we had lots of trainings within the district, and we were doing call and response and different strategies to use in teaching. And I just can't remember who the group was. No, I wasn't thinking maps. It was the Kagan strategies. And what's nice is just thank you. What's nice is just to see the complementarity and similarity that teachers have been exposed to at different times and similar effective types of things. So when I saw that on that list of resources, that to me it strengthens what you were saying as a resource. And Dr. Miner was referring to a resource for staff. So.
We've had a lot of feedback too from people who have gone through trainings like that. That it's also a good reminder because it's really easy to go through a training and then forget, right? And so that consistency, it's here. They can go and look and be like, oh yeah, I remember that. So.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything else from the board. Is it anything else from administration before we move on? No? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Gray. This is a really good report. Appreciate it. All right, that brings us to our next agenda item, which is closing comments from board members. Just do my haphazard calling on folks. Mr. Doran?
Wanted to acknowledge and a note of appreciation. This is National Assistant Principals Week, and just to thank them for all their hard work and important presence within our buildings. And it's been very good over the years, not only to see the more typical assistant principal at the secondary level, but we've seen more assistant principals at the elementary level, which has been a very, very good development in that area. But they all just do a tremendous job, and it's fun to see them in action when I visit the schools. And so happy National Assistant Principals Week to all of our staff. Just mentioning, it's just such a pleasure to visit the schools and see what's going on in the classrooms. Really see the front lines, the action, and the professionalism of our teachers and support staff, their commitment, and the responses from the kids. I got another book recommendation from a group of kids. What they were reading, and asked them why should I read this. They gave me several good reasons, and so I'll have to grab that book and join them in that. And then just a reminder, I mentioned earlier in the meeting that I will be out of country from April 19 through May 7th. Looking forward to getting back and joining you at the dais here and the graduations that'll be coming up shortly thereafter. So, but I'll be thinking of you. I don't think I'll have connectivity.
It'll be good to know that you'll be thinking of us. I'm sure we'll miss you as well. Go to Ms. Hewitt.
No comment.
Ms. Doolian.
I just want to thank the administration for reminding everybody that we have a school start time survey, which is, I believe, ending on Sunday, April 12th. And so just to reiterate the messaging that has gone out, the school board is seeking input on school start times and potential alternative schedules. And again, this is no changes to the 2026-2027 school year, but we are seeking that feedback. And again, that's by Sunday, April 12th. And you can go to our main homepage, k12northstar.org, k12northstar.org, and you can just click on the survey link there. It was wonderful to hear that we have 3,200, I think I captured that correctly, 3,200 responses already with over 600 of those students. I'm really looking forward to this feedback. When I was running for this position 2 years ago, my full first year in office, and even this year, I've had a lot of conversations around school start times. And, we heard it here tonight, school start times for secondary schools and concerns from parents that feel like those are too early and are negatively impacting their own students. And then conversely, I've heard very strong opinions from elementary school parents that are concerned about students starting early. So I'm looking forward to the survey being completed, and the survey is only going to be as good as the input that we've received and those that take that survey. So please share it. Make sure that you take time. It only takes about 5 minutes to do the survey, and I'm looking forward to reviewing that data as it comes back to us. And other than that, I'm really looking forward to continuing to advocate for the budget that we've put forward for this next school year. It was incredibly proud that this board unanimously passed a budget and have now put that forward. And it's just an inflation adjusted local contribution ask. And so I am looking forward to having those conversations at the borough level to start that conversation around that local contribution. So thank you for everybody's time tonight.
Ms. Hull? Nothing from Ms. Hull. Ms. Maple? Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Thank you. I just wanted to go backward a little bit since we had so much focus on budget and acknowledge a few things that passed without comment. At the end of February, I had the opportunity to judge at Weller's Science Fair with Mrs. Hewitt. And I believe that I can speak, I hope, for both of us and say that we both had a wonderful time meeting students, and that we worked together to judge some of the projects. And they have very inventive and creative students up at Weller. And so they had some amazing projects there. I then went on to judge the Interior Science Fair, which Dr. Meinert talked about earlier at Pioneer Park, and I saw him there. That was fun. And the entries from around the interior were spectacular. We have so many talented and innovative students in our midst. Students came from as far away as Delta, and I met with students from Effie, Watershed, Wood River, Tickassook Brown, North Pole Elementary, Best Homeschool, Boreal Sun, U Park, and Ween. Which was really fun because just seeing so many students from so many different schools is wonderful. Two entries I just wanted to comment on that really stood out to me. There was a kindergartner who did an experiment to see what food that bunnies liked best. And I figured, carrots, right? No. Lettuce and apples won, and broccoli was the bomb. So broccoli got zero hits, but I thought it was hilarious. And then there was a xylophone demonstration using bottles. That was super, super clever. They filled it up to different levels so that they played songs. It was very nice. Really neat project. I also wanted to say thank you for filling out the start time survey. I'm glad to see that so many are responding, as it seems like that is very high on the list of concerns in the community. And I also love the anticipated professional development offerings that are coming in June. And I'm eager to see just kind of what courses, I know that's coming later, but I just really hope that many teachers are able to participate. Thank you for putting that together. And hopefully we can hit some target areas that will catapult teachers forward. And then with that happening, they catapult the students forward with better outcomes in 2027. Congratulations to the Homestead APC. And thank you, administration, for all your work on that too. And thank you, board, for making that happen.
This is unorthodox, but Miss Maple, go ahead.
I have one
I
very
already
quick
called
comment.
Go ahead, Miss Maple.
What do bunnies like best won the Children's Museum membership award because Loa helped me because we had a stomach bug emergency at the museum and 4 people called in one day and we only have 5 people on the floor. So I was on the floor and I knew Loa was going to go judge and I called her. I said, please help me. And she sent me a million pictures and why bunnies or what do bunnies like best. Got a membership along with several others that Loa picked out. It was a lovely collaboration. Thank you, Loa.
That was worth it. All right. So I don't have really many closing comments tonight, but I did just want to touch base to make sure folks are aware of the next steps and upcoming schedules that are relevant to school upcoming events. So with the passage or the approval of the Homestead Charter School contract, the next steps there will be for administration to draft a letter that we will send to the state, and then the state board will take that up. I think, right, yeah, directly to the state board since it's an approval. And then their timeline, they have 90 days, I believe, which might put them into middle of summer, depending on how they set their schedule. Other items to keep an eye on: next week on the 16th, we will be presenting our budget to the Borough Assembly. In the meantime, the mayor is presenting their budget, I believe, over this. Yes, there was a meeting yesterday for an administration's overview. There will be a continuation, I believe, on the 13th. The 16th, the school district will present our budget to the assembly. They will discuss that in the finance meeting at 10 a.m. on the 18th. And there will be a final vote by the assembly on their budget on the 14th. This week, they have, I skipped this, I meant to say it earlier, on the 9th, this Thursday, the minimum funding resolution is on the borough's agenda. So that will determine the minimum amount that they will contribute to the district this year. The current version that is on their agenda sets that level at the same contribution as last year, or $62.7 million, for awareness of board members and the public. And a reminder, the request, this is a minimum funding resolution, but the request from the district is for 65.7. So an increase over the what's in the minimum funding resolution currently. And that's basically there. Oh, I could go on and on. There's all sorts of stuff going on in the legislature too, but I will just suggest that folks look up their favorite education-related bills that are going through the Senate and the House right now in Alaska, and see if you can find a time to sign up and testify. We could use all the support we could get on HB 78, as well as any education bills, any education funding bills. Not my most articulate night, but I will close there and take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Without objection, we are adjourned.